too? Yes. So you're visiting as well? I'm not visiting. I wasn't looking at you. So she's got great, okay. Well, I've got the list of new diplomat. One of them I know. That's fantastic.
네, 잠시 후 9시 30분
From 9:30, we will be beginning International Human Rights Conference 2025. We would like to ask you to turn your mobile phone into vibration mode. This conference offers simultaneous interpretation in both Korean and in English. Please use the receiver in front of you to tune into the relevant channel, Korean for channel 1 and English channel 2.
are available at your table. Please tune into channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 현장에 계신 분들께서는
For those of you who are in the venue, please scan the QR code. You'll be able to download our program book for today's conference.
네, 그리고 오늘 행사는
Today's event will be aired through the official YouTube channel of the National Human Rights Commission. We have both channels for English and Korean as well. For those of you who are joining us online, you'll be able to download the program book through the reply section. After each sessions are completed, we'll be carrying out Q&A session. If you have any question, please use the post-it on the table and hand it over to our staff. For those of us joining through online, you'll be able to leave your questions on the chat box through our YouTube channel. We will be beginning our conference soon. Thank you.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning.
컨퍼런스 신기술과 인권, 인공
We would like to welcome all of you to the 2025 International Human Rights Conference. I am Min-young Park. I will be moderating the opening session. And Ms. Mia Park and Myungjin Lee will provide the sign language translation for today's conference. I would like to thank all of you who are joining us online and offline despite your busy schedules. As the risks that new technologies pose to human rights are increasingly coming to the fore, it's timely that we gather here today to examine the various issues arising from these developments and to explore possible solutions. Under the theme of new technology and human rights, opportunities and challenges of artificial intelligence, this conference is jointly organized by the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, the Delegation of the EU to the Republic of Korea, and the Asia-Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions. We are honored to have with us today distinguished experts from government, the private sector, academia, and the international community. Before we officially begin the program, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge some of our distinguished guests who have joined us today. I would like to ask you to give a warm round of applause for welcome. First, we are honored to have with us Mr. Changho An, Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. Thank you. Next, we are pleased to welcome His Excellency Roland, HONEKAMP, Deputy Chief of the Delegation of the EU to the Republic of Korea. Please give him a warm round of applause. Well, he has just given us a very polite bow in the Korean style. And finally, we are privileged to have with us Professor Philip Austin, John Norton Pomeroy Professor of Law at New York University School of Law. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. We also thank all of our speakers and session chairs who will be joining us online and offline. Introduce all of our distinguished guests individually. Our speakers will be introduced during each session. Now, let us officially begin the conference. To start, we will hear the opening address from Mr. Changho An, Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. Please join me in giving him a big round of applause. Mr. Changho An, please go ahead.
국내 귀빈 여러분.
Distinguished guests from home and abroad, good morning. I am Changho An, Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. We're joined to host this International Human Rights Conference, New Technology and Human Rights, Opportunities and Challenges of Artificial Intelligence, co-hosted by APF as well as the EU delegation. I would like to especially extend my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Roland HONEKAMP, Deputy Head of Mission of the Delegation of EU to Republic of Korea, and also Ms. Samar HASSAN, Chairperson of the APF, who has shared her congratulatory message via video, and also Professor Philip ALSTON from John Norton Pomeroy Professor of Law at NYU School of Law. And I would like to thank all the distinguished experts from Korea and abroad who will be presenting and chairing this session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a time when new technologies, particularly AI, are rapidly reshaping every walks of our lives. AI offers significant benefits across diverse fields, including healthcare, education, and the environment and labor. At the same time, it increasingly substitutes human judgments and exerts direct influence on our rights and freedom. These impacts, however, are not always positive. Biased algorithms reinforce discrimination, data monopolies deepen inequality, unchecked automation threatens labor rights and job security. These are not merely technical challenges, but issues that strike at the heart of fundamental human rights, including the rights of life, equality, and work. The international community has begun to respond to these issues since the Human Rights Council first adopted a resolution on new technologies and human rights at its 41st sessions in 2019, and the resolution has been renewed most recently for the fourth time in the 59th session in 2025. The EU in 2024 became the first to adopt comprehensive AI legislation, and that same year Korea enacted the Framework Act on AI, establishing an institutional foundation for transparency and a protection of human rights. And our Commission has also endeavored to contribute to these efforts. We issued a human rights guideline in 2022, and followed by the Human Rights Impact Assessment Tool in 2024, and actively provided input throughout the legislative process on AI in Korea, striving to ensure the technological development. Nonetheless, the pace of technological innovation continues to outstrip the development of law and institution. It is therefore imperative that we use this conference to reflect together on the profound changes brought about by AI and other technology, to discuss the risk and the opportunities at the present, and the concrete measures required to respond. And today's keynote address and sessions are of great significance, and Professor ALSTON's keynote will examine the link between technological development, inequality, and human rights. And sessions that follow will consider international framework and national responses, and also deal with the actual response to these approaches, and to look at human rights impact assessment and governance. These discussions will play an essential role in shaping the direction of human rights protection in the age of new technologies, while increasing cooperation and solidarity. Distinguished guests, I hope today's discussion will serve as a turning point in turning and strengthening our human rights-based responses. Human rights is a very important standard for our activities, and may this gathering be an opportunity to reaffirm and fortify the standard. I sincerely wish that the wisdom shared today will be translated into concrete actions. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and express my deepest gratitude for your participation. Thank you.
네, 이렇게
Thank you, Mr. An, for opening the conference with your opening remarks. I think he emphasized the significance of today's conference, and he also talked about the meaning of today's conference. We will now proceed with the congratulatory remarks. First, I would like to invite Mr. Roland HONEKAMP, Deputy Chief of Delegation of the EU to the Republic of Korea, to the stage.
Mission, Delegation of the European Union to Korea. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Big round of applause, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. As you saw, I was very eager to take the floor. And let me just say, so it's a privilege to offer these congratulatory remarks this morning to address today's conference on new technologies and human rights, opportunities and challenges of AI. I wish to begin by thanking the host of this conference for convening us, the National Human Rights Commission of Korea First and the Asia-Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions, and also our own team at the EU delegation for putting this together. So thank you very much for your kind invitation. So a few years back, I think the idea of artificial intelligence being present in every single aspect of our lives would have been perhaps a science fiction movie. but I think this is our reality today, and I think it's fair to believe that AI will be truly pervasive and everywhere. I think it's been compared to steam, AI being present in literally each and every object we use in our daily lives. And as such, it distinguishes itself from other previous technologies. I think AI will also help us solve some of the world's biggest challenges. It's now obviously widely used to strengthen our defense and security systems in war. It's used to fight climate change by predicting patterns of extreme weather, and it's obviously also creating a lot of wealth and prosperity. However, AI, we believe, as such, has no values, and its impact depends on how we humans will use it. If used wisely, it can make our society prosperous, but if left unchecked, AI can cause serious harm. It can exacerbate human rights violations, can fuel discrimination, and instigate cybercrime, hate speech, online violence, and can amplify existing grievances in our society. And obviously, it can also create new social and economic inequalities in our societies. So, and because this development is driven right now primarily by private actors and businesses beyond the reach of traditional regulation, which is very slow, I think the risks at this moment are particularly pronounced. So, aware of these AI possibilities and risks, the EU in 2018 started laying the groundwork for an ethical and protective use of AI, with an emphasis on human rights, while still looking to preserve its role as one of the hubs of technological innovation. So these efforts in the EU culminated in the 2024 AI Act, which established a comprehensive legal framework to address the social, legal, and ethical implications of AI, as well as in our AI Continent Action Plan, which focuses on enhancing Europe's competitiveness while safeguarding and advancing our democratic values. But we must now ask, and I think this is the task of the conference today, are these regulations enough, and are they even the correct ones? Under conditions of globalization, furthermore, how can we achieve a harmonized playing field for AI technologies so as to promote innovation, but ensure that AI will be human-centric and trustworthy? So for this, we need to bring together governments, businesses, and human rights organizations, and we can only create these inclusive forms of governance together. We believe that today's conference will be a great opportunity to discuss these important issues among some of the world's leading experts here, and for us to take one further step towards making the world a better, more prosperous and fairer place. Thank you very much, and 감사합니다.
Thank you for sharing such thoughtful words with us. 네, 감사합니다. 이렇게 또
We were able to hear about the various roles of AI and how we can apply AI in the right direction. Thank you very much for that congratulatory remarks. Next, we have one more congratulatory remarks remaining. Although she was not able to join in person, we were sent this video remarks from Asia Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institution and the chairperson of Jordan National Center for Human Rights. We would like to invite Ms. Samar Al-HASSAN for her opening congratulatory remarks.
It is a pleasure to speak with you today. My warm thanks to the National Human Rights Commission of Korea and all of the co-sponsors who are hosting this conference. Today, the rapid and seismic shifts caused by artificial intelligence are presenting opportunities and challenges for human rights that none of us have ever encountered before. We know that AI has the potential to be enormously beneficial to humanity. It could improve strategic foresight and forecasting, democratize access to knowledge, turbocharge scientific progress, and increase capacity for processing vast amounts of information. While AI can be a powerful tool for advancing human rights, particularly in areas like health and education, it also raises concerns about privacy, freedom of expression, and potential biases that could lead to discrimination. Effective AI governance, including regulatory and non-regulatory measures, is therefore crucial to ensure AI technologies are developed and deployed in a way that respects human rights. For example, in terms of the opportunities of AI, it can be used to monitor human rights violations, improve access to justice, and enhance healthcare and education. AI can assist people with disabilities, provide access to information, and support independent living. AI-powered tools can be used to monitor government actions, promote transparency, and improve public services. And in terms of the challenges of AI, all systems can perpetuate and amplify existing biases leading to unfair or discriminatory outcomes, particularly for marginalized groups. AI technologies like facial recognition and data analytics can be used for surveillance and monitoring, raising concerns about privacy and freedom of expression. AI-driven content moderation on social media platforms can inadvertently suppress legitimate forms of expression or create echo chambers. It can be used to generate deepfakes and other forms of discrimination, potentially undermining public trust and democratic process. Over-reliance on AI-informed decisions can lead to errors and undermine human judgment. To address the challenges and harness the opportunities, we all need to work together to implement regulations and frameworks that prioritize human rights in the development and deployment of AI. Ensure that AI systems are transparent, explainable, and accountable for their decisions. Engage with civil society, human rights groups, and marginalized communities in the development of AI policies. Ensure that AI systems are developed by diverse teams and trained on diverse data sets to mitigate bias. Foster a culture of ethical AI development that prioritizes human well-being and respects human rights. By addressing these challenges and seizing the opportunities, societies can harness the power of AI to advance human rights and create a more just, equitable world. With human rights principles firmly in place, I believe we can safely harness AI's incredible opportunities and keep striving for creativity, innovation, and the best that human beings can deliver. Thank you for listening.
네, 뜨거운 박수.
Thank you very much for that congratulatory remark. We were able to hear warm welcoming remark from afar. We would like to thank Ms. Samar HASSAN for her welcoming remark. With that, we'll move on to the keynote speech. Under the theme of making human rights relevant in shaping AI, we have our special keynote speaker. Chairperson talked about the AI and its importance and role in human rights. And also we were able to hear from His Excellency Roland HONEKAMP on how this could be reflected in human rights. Under the topic of making human rights relevant in shaping AI, we're honored to have the former UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights and former UN Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial Executions. We have Professor Philip ALSTON. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to come to Korea and to have already learned a lot about this My introduction to Korea was a very unusual one very long ago when I knew very little about the country. I was teaching at Harvard Law School, and I think it was very early in 1985, I was invited to a lunch with 4 other people to speak with Kim Dae-jung before he returned to his country. And we spent a couple of hours because if you know the history of his exile, he spent a lot of time meeting with human rights groups and trying to get the support from various American actors in that area. But ever since then, I have had a fascination with your country, and clearly it is now an extremely influential one, and one that has the capacity to make an immense difference in this particular field. Really, it's not just an opportunity, but a heavy obligation because Korea is such a prominent leader in this field. I want to provide some comments which will probably be seen as provocative, but I've always thought that my role in these contexts is not to repeat the general wisdom, but to see if I can actually play the role of a critic, of someone who is trying to think constructively from outside the inner circle of those engaged. So I hope you will take my comments in that light, and forgive me if I appear to be unduly critical. So a number of themes of the paper that will eventually emerge from this conference. First, I agree with the comments that have been made, of course, that AI is going to transform the world as we know it. I think that virtually every human right is going to be transformed, and I'll come back to that shortly. I think, unfortunately, the normative or the value framework of human rights has so far been relevant only on the margins in this area. I think the tech industry will continue to be permitted to be largely self-regulating. As a result, a tiny group of executives will continue to determine the content of any rules or guardrails, as they are called. Codes of ethics and codes of conduct, which might be helpful in some contexts, will actually have a limited impact in this area. Next, national security is being invoked and used to justify an AI arms race. The result is to exclude meaningful debates about the trade-offs that would be required if human rights considerations were to be taken into account. The national security argument is that we cannot afford the delays that would be involved if we were to have to respect human rights. Next, the triumph of AI, barely regulated by governments, but enabled and facilitated by them, will generate levels of inequality, both within and among nations, that have not been seen since the height of the colonial era and the Gilded Age of the 19th century. Next, reliance upon the UN guiding principles to rein in the excesses of the tech industry and to ensure respect for human rights might be comforting, but in my view, it is largely illusory. I will consider at the end of my remarks what we might do from a human rights perspective in response to the situation as I have described it. Let me first of all give a little bit of background. The representative of the EU said, and I think quite rightly, that AI is on its face value-free, but I think that needs to be qualified quite significantly because AI comes from a place which has very strong and explicit values, and that is the technology industry. It is not produced by people who are value neutral. It is produced by people who have long had what I would think of as a libertarian philosophy, as a group that has always argued that law is not capable of adjusting with sufficient speed or agility to the needs of tech development. It comes from largely, but not only, in the United States, of course, which is where I live, it comes from Silicon Valley. And the values of Silicon Valley I think we need to look at fairly closely. So I will just mention some of those elements now. The company that has caused much of the recent chaos plus hyper optimism, OpenAI, which has produced ChatGPT, doesn't mention human rights in any of its materials. It does, however, use what I would call surrogate terms. So it talks about the need to broadly distribute the benefits to ensure that AI is used for the benefit of all and to avoid uses of AI that harm humanity or unduly concentrate power. Now, the concern about undue concentration of power is perhaps the most cynical possible observation that could be made, because the tech industry is all about the concentration of power, and this is going to put it on steroids. After noting that OpenAI's primary fiduciary duty is to humanity, so you can all relax. It promises to diligently act to minimize conflicts of interest among our employees and stakeholders that could compromise broad benefit. So it's a rather odd definition of humanity, our employees and stakeholders. In a 2025 economic blueprint that OpenAI put forward, they talked about 3 pillars of their commitment to democracy. Those 3 pillars are a free market, freedom for development and users, for developers and users of AI, and thirdly, preventing government use of AI tools to amass power and control their citizens or to threaten or coerce other states. The leader of OpenAI, Sam Altman, has written about the concept of freedom of intelligence, which he defines as freedom to access and benefit from artificial general intelligence and freedom from layers of laws and bureaucracy that would prevent the realization of freedom. So this is the classic Silicon Valley ethos, that what they need to achieve their goal is freedom from you. Freedom from human rights, freedom from broader popular inputs. You are just a nuisance. If you go to DeepSeek, which doesn't have any explicit human rights policy, and you ask any question that relates to rights, there's a good chance that the answer you will get is, sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. Meta, Facebook, has long had a corporate human rights policy. It's always had a rather limited scope, and it is much less salient today in the era of Trump than it was even a year ago. Nonetheless, Mark Zuckerberg has promoted the virtues of personal superintelligence for everyone. This AI-driven power will help you to achieve your goals, create what you want to see in the world, experience any adventure, be a better friend to those who care about you, and grow to become the person you aspire to be. Now, Mark Zuckerberg has also said that the average American currently has 3 friends, that in the estimation of Meta, they would be much better off with at least 15 friends. And the good news is that AI can provide those missing 12 friends. So there will be avatars who will play different roles in your lives, as your romantic partner perhaps, as your counselor, as your friend at work, whatever. AI, that is the vision that Zuckerberg has for Meta. Moving on to governmental perspectives, China, which has recently set the goal of integrating AI into 90% of its economy by the year 2030, 5 years from now. Human rights are not prominent. The State Council published last month a wide-ranging plan called Artificial Intelligence Plus. The stated goal is to take AI as, quote, an international public good for mankind and create an open ecology of AI capacity building for equal rights, mutual trust, pluralism, and win-win results. There is, of course, no definition given to the term equal rights, but I don't think we should be overly optimistic to think that human rights standards as we know them are going to be prominent in that regard. The United States published a major AI action plan 2 months ago in July, and it was ominously called Winning the Race. It begins with a quote from a certain person whose presence in the news we cannot escape, wherever we are. And he says, It is a national security imperative for the United States to achieve and maintain unquestioned and unchallenged global technological dominance. That's the US policy. It's spelled out in much more detail. It includes the removal of red tape and onerous regulation. I think you may know that the Republicans proposed, and it was nearly accepted, a provision that would ban all regulation of AI within the United States for a period of 10 years. That was not accepted by Congress, but the administration has since gone on to basically reaffirm that that is its position. Next, the US statement is to ensure that AI protects free speech and American values. And that AI reflects truth rather than social engineering agendas. As you probably know, talking about climate change or gender inequality is a socially engineered ideology, and that has to be replaced by truth in AI. Next, the goal is to establish, quote, a dynamic try-first culture for AI across American industry. Now, this is the equivalent of a famous old comment by Mark Zuckerberg of breaking all things, moving fast and breaking all things. A try-first culture means don't worry in advance about the potential implications, just do it. And if disasters arise, you try to remedy them. That's not quite a human rights approach. I won't talk in any detail about the European Union. We've already heard from the representative of the EU. I think suffice it to say that despite the prominence given to fundamental rights in the AI Act of 2024, many commentators have suggested that the approach that the EU has adopted puts innovation, competition, and so on very significantly ahead of the characteristics that we might expect from a truly human rights-driven policy. I don't say that particularly as a criticism, but I say it because I don't think we should see the EU Act as necessarily being a model of what the human rights community should be advocating for. Very briefly, I want to mention the response from the human rights sector, and I'm thinking particularly in the narrow sense, so the work done within the United Nations context. There are quite a few initiatives being done at the top level under the auspices of the UN Secretary General. The Global Digital Compact of 2024, the report of the high-level advisory body called Governing AI for Humanity, and efforts right now to establish something that looks like the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, but for AI, the Independent International Scientific Panel on AI. And that's accompanied by a global dialogue on AI governance. I'll come back in a moment to some comments on those sorts of initiatives. In the narrowly defined human rights area, the High Commissioner, Volker Turk, has made a number of important interventions in this area, which is very encouraging. There is a new report that was produced in the last month or so, or at least published in the last month or so, by the Office of the High Commissioner, which I think is an excellent report, except, as I've already said, and as I will say again, for the faith that it feels must be placed in the UN guiding principles. Let me come back to that. Otherwise, we have quite a few reports by UN special rapporteurs, my former colleagues, and some of those reports are very good, but what we see is classic illustrations of siloing the approach. So the rapporteur on racism says this is what's going to happen in terms of race. The rapporteur on education says this is what's going to happen on education. Other bodies look at lethal autonomous weapons systems and so on. But there is in the UN system no authentic capacity for sustained thinking about these issues, let alone for collective approaches. And I think that is indispensable, because having 20 different reports, and soon we'll have 100 different reports, maybe many of them written by AI, doesn't amount to a coherent policy, let alone a coherent strategy for responding. Civil society, the situation is interesting. The biggest of the Western groups, Human Rights Watch, actually stayed out of this area for a very long time, for a range of reasons that I won't go into now. But that proved to be beneficial, because a number of groups that many in the human rights community might not have heard of have sprung up. AI Now, Access Now, Upturn, Digital Freedom Fund, a range of others which are doing very important work and are basing themselves on human rights principles. The other major international NGO is Amnesty International, and Amnesty has risen to the challenge in a very interesting way. It set up something called Amnesty Tech. It got separate and generous funding for its activities. It has employed very serious professionals with the necessary expertise, and it's produced some very good reporting. But what I want to say is that what Amnesty Tech is doing largely reflects what I consider to be the narrow agenda of the old-fashioned human rights, and I'll come back to that in a moment. This is a very unsatisfactory tour d'horizon, as the French would say, jumping all around, looking at what different actors are doing. But I should also add here some of the key international organizations. This too is often siloed. So the ILO is doing very important and I think high quality work, on the future of work, including trying to draft standards and so on, and that is heavily is centrally related to developments in technology and AI. And UNESCO put out an excellent report warning of the many dangers of AI in education. If I had time, well, I don't have time, so I won't come back to it, so I will mention now that education is an area, again, in which the big tech companies have said, we are going to shape your future. Your children are going to be educated in very different ways going forward. They need to have AI with them every step of the way. And if you read any of the critical literature, what it explains is that critical thinking and an ability to learn and reason will be severely impeded by this. And I think, in my simple terms, of myself, I used to be able to, you won't believe this, but I used to be able to read a map. I can't read a map anymore because I have a GPS. I never look at a map. But that's going to be multiplied 100 times in the future, where you won't have to add up, you won't have to subtract, you just say it into a machine. You won't have to actually read books because you can get a summary instantly. It will be read to you. And these techniques will be promoted heavily by the tech industry because education is an extremely valuable, financially, sector. Moving on, the World Bank is an enthusiastic and utterly uncritical promoter of digital ID biometric systems and a great promoter of AI with almost no regard for the negative consequences. The OECD in Paris, even though it's led by an Australian, puts out bland and complacent reports about the impact of human rights, purely to tick the box, while at the same time avidly promoting the use of these new technologies. That's the end of my survey. I should start bringing things together. So my analysis is that the responses that we've seen to date have a number of shortcomings. Primarily, in my view, there is a very limited focus on the broader structural challenges in this area. We tend to hear about, in the human rights area, non-discrimination, algorithmic bias, freedom of expression, surveillance, and privacy. But those are the main issues, and most commentators don't really go much beyond that. I just want to say, and this is a very idiosyncratic interpretation, but I have great difficulties with the term privacy, which plays such an important role in this area. Because I think that most people, and this is a very simplistic analysis, most people think of privacy as what you want when you go into the changing room in a department store to put on some clothes. You want privacy. You want a curtain that is there. No one can actually see you. But privacy in the AI age is nothing like that. It is a full-blown invasion of the private sphere, an intrusion into every facet of your lives, of your mental health, of your sexual preferences, of your relations with everyone around you. And I could go on, but I won't. And we put all that together under this term of privacy, and then start negotiating technical dimensions of how data will be protected in certain circumstances and so on, when in fact it's the overall impact of AI that we are not really looking at. We need to be focused on something more specific, but that misses the bigger point. So I think we need to try much more to focus on the bigger issues, and they include, of course, the lack of regulation, but they also include the radical increase in the wealth and power of big tech and the capacity in any country to get legislation or regulation adopted. Because as big tech becomes ever more wealthy beyond our wildest imaginations, Elon Musk getting $1 trillion payout in a few years if things go right, etc. That is going to deeply disrupt our democratic systems. I think we saw that with Musk immediately after Trump's inauguration. But we shouldn't look at Musk. We should have looked at all of the row of big tech executives who were sitting right behind Donald Trump at his inauguration. And that is what's happening to the political system, potentially, in other countries in the years ahead. Another shortcoming has been, of course, our preoccupation with the negative rather than the potential positive impacts of AI. Now, everyone who talks about AI begins by saying there are some very good things that will come from AI, but there are also some very bad things that might come. But that vision of what the potential good things are has never been developed. It's a vision produced by the tech industry. It is their vision, and their vision is much more concerned with distracting you through TikToks and YouTubes and Instagrams and whatever, than it is to think about how would we like the world to look if we had AI really at the service of humanity. What would the vision be? And it's a radically different vision that is being presented by big tech. And we see a few authors who come up with what we consider to be utopian proposals, but governments are not thinking about that, and human rights groups are not thinking about it. Next, there is a certain path dependency. That's a political science term, but basically it means if you start to go down a path, that's the way you're going to keep going. And the path dependency in the human rights area is the assumption that there are certain ways in which we in the human rights area can act. You will know, I presume this translates into Korean, a famous joke about a man who is drunk and loses his keys, and a policeman goes to him, and he's looking for them underneath a lamppost, underneath the lights. The policeman goes to him and says, "Where did you lose your keys?" And he says, "In the park." And the policeman says, "Why are you looking here?" And he says, "Well, this is where the light is." And this is what human rights groups do. So how are we going to respond to the all new, all different challenges of AI? We're going to do what we've always done. We're going to litigate, and court cases won't get you very far, occasional victories, but it's not going to change anything overall. Naming and shaming is a famous technique in the human rights area, not going to have any impact. Look at what the big AI companies have done in terms of scraping the web to fuel AI. Anthropic just paid, was it $1.5 billion or something like that, for the copyright infringements. They knew that what they were doing was illegal. They don't need to worry about that. They can pay out later. Naming and shaming, a lot of the traditional human rights techniques are not going to work. So what then are the ways forward? And I will be brief. Do I have another, 5 minutes? Is that possible or less? Yeah, 5 minutes? Okay, all right. Sorry, you have to put up with me for another 5 minutes. How then should we move forward? First of all, we need to have more confidence than we do in the continuing validity of the human rights framework. The big tech story is that human rights are yesterday's game. That was good for the 20th century, but it doesn't work today. The challenges in tech are different, and those values are not up to the needs of the industry. Interestingly, big tech will often invoke cultural arguments and say, "Oh, but human rights are very Western. We need to go beyond that." If you think the values that you're going to get out of big tech, at least from the United States, are not Western, good luck with that. Human rights values are, in fact, endlessly debated among different cultures in the human rights context. That's what the Human Rights Council is all about. The clashing and the amalgamation of different non-Western approaches along with Western and others. So that argument needs to be rejected. The other argument, as I've said, is that the standards are just not useful in the tech area. That is extremely dangerous because the alternative, but this is the alternative that has been chosen, are ethical values. Do you know what ethical values are? If you do, you're smarter than me, because my ethics are that every individual should fight for himself, that there should be no governmental interference, that we should be free and there should be no regulation. Oh, sorry, what are your ethics? Are yours different in some way? So the point I'm trying to make is that this label of ethical values can consist of anything. There are no limits to it. There is no grounding. And that is also why references to human rights are either not made at all or are made in a very tokenistic way, because human rights, by contrast, are very well developed in terms of what is required to promote human dignity. I'm moving along. I think we need to broaden our normative framework. We have indeed remained too focused on the individualistic aspects of human rights. Human rights do have collective dimensions, and that needs to be acknowledged. Economic and social rights, about which I am a fanatic, are of course not a part of the real human rights debate. They have been marginalised long ago. And so the impact on the right to health or the right to education or any other social rights is rarely taken very seriously in the human rights area, and that has to change. Next, I think that when we talk about partnership and when we rely heavily on the UN guiding principles, we are actually misguided. I don't think that the dialogues, which certainly should take place among industry, civil society, government, they are not going to lead to regulation or adequate incorporation of human rights standards. It's only governments that can do that, only governments. And governments are not going to do it unless we as human rights actors can mobilise a greater public. A human rights group saying, I have to say that the laundry list of recommendations that come out of most UN reports on AI are actually quite sad, because they call for everything. And that is not going to happen. It's a waste of our time to be demanding all of these different things while paying almost no attention to the broader structural issues. As I said before, I think we do need to include in our approach careful consideration of inequality, which has been marginalised in the human rights area, but inequality is transforming all of our societies and undermining our democracies, as we see in the United States today. We also need, and this is my second last point, to focus very carefully on fiscal policy, on taxation. The reason there are so many billionaires in the world is, first of all, taxation levels are very low, and secondly, the system is designed so that most of them can avoid almost all taxation, as Donald Trump did through the tax returns of his that were released. He never paid taxes. He had very good tax accountants. All of the big tech companies have brilliant tax accountants, and they pay no money. So their ability to build up these reserves of hundreds of billions, even trillions of dollars, is precisely because the societies will not adjust their tax policies. And finally, I just come back to one point I made, and that is that we really need to look for more collective approaches, that rather than saying, well, this is something that the Korean National Human Rights Commission should do. The Korean National Commission cannot do it, but it might be able to do it if it gets together with some of the others. The same applies to human rights groups. Unfortunately, they are driven, they need funding, they need their name up there, they don't collaborate. But until there is a more collaborative, collective endeavour to put forward a human rights program in this area, it will remain completely marginal. I'm sorry if I haven't been as positive as I should have been, but I do think there are a lot of concerns. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing meaningful words with us. 네, 필립 알스톤님의 뜻깊은
The Thank you for sharing your very thoughtful wisdom. So he shed light on the relationship between AI and human rights, and he also talked about what we should do going forward. So from his keynote speech, we were able to think about the opportunities and challenges that we face in this new era of AI, and what are the potential benefits and shortfalls of AI. Thank you very much, Professor ALSTON. Now we're going to have a group photo to commemorate today's conference. So I would like to ask our special guests to come up to the stage for a group photo.
네, 휴식 시간 다
I hope you had a great break. And during the break, we were able to have some dialogue in the lobby while enjoying some refreshment. We will begin our next session. Are you ready for our next session? We hope that you continue to stay until the very end of the program. We will now begin session 1. Session 1 is titled New Technology and Human Rights, Global Trend and National Responses. We have 3 presentations in session 1, and after all the sessions, we're going to have discussions at the very end. If you have any question, we will be able to accommodate your question. Please write your question on the post-it on your table and hand it to our staff. For those of you joining us online, you can leave your question on the YouTube screen, and we'll be happy to answer them after the presentations. Session 1 will be chaired by Mr. Kuen Fitzpatrick, Director for Asia Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions. With that, I will hand over the microphone.
Patrick, we kindly invite you to lead the session.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. At the outset, may I thank the co-hosts, the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, and our chair, senior staff and commissioners, the European Union's delegation to South Korea. Thank you very much for your support. And of course, I represent one of the co-hosts, the Asia Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions, and we had the opportunity of seeing our chairperson make a video address. We have 3 presentations today. I'll introduce each speaker separately and let them do their presentation. And then at the end of each of the 3 presentations, we'll be taking questions and answers. And as our facilitator has just indicated, we have sheets of paper on the table. And if people would like to start putting forward potential questions now, I'm sure you have a burning number of questions given Mr. ALSTON's presentation and keynote address. You can place that on now, and we'll also facilitate questions from our online audience and YouTube. And then at the end of the 3 presentations, we can start to address those questions to the relevant speakers and ask for their feedback. So with that, can I ask, I'd like to have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker, Professor Peck. You'll see Professor Peck's biography in the meeting papers. I'd just like to highlight that he's a renowned Korean legal scholar with a particular focus on international human rights expertise. And he's been serving as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council Advisory Committee, and in particular he's utilising his position on that advisory committee to address a number of ethics and AI related questions. Professor, I look forward to your presentation.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I'm Baek Bom-seok. It's an honor to join the International Human Rights Conference in 2025. I will make my presentation in Korean, in English, sorry.
Evolving response to digital technologies and human rights, from foundational norms to most recent Human Rights Council resolutions, and then focus on the enduring challenges so that we can share a sense of what remains unresolved and what must be implemented now. Even in a cyber police and disarmament fora, states now affirm that international human rights law applies online exactly as it does offline, with at least 32 national or regional position papers articulating this principle, including the Republic of Korea's national position this year. I use this as the entry point to underline that the human rights and technology linkage is no longer peripheral, but foundational, even to the cyber governance, and thus the natural starting point for today's discussion. The Global Digital Compact captures this same logic. It anchors digital cooperation in international law, including international human rights law, and requires that all human rights and foundational freedom be respected, promoted, and protected both online and offline. The compact also frames cooperation to harness digital technologies to advance the right of the child, person with a disability, and the right to development, which is precisely the holistic lens I will apply throughout the talk. And while the technological paradigm have evolved dramatically, the UN has long engaged the human rights implication of scientific and technological progress. So the table on this slide indicates from the post-UDHR era onward, the organization has repeatedly returned to the same core question: how to enable innovation's benefits while safeguarding human rights, reminding us that new technologies are a recurrent feature of each generation, not a novelty of the current era. Especially the UDHR Article 27 and ICSCR Article 15 frame the normative baseline. Read together, they require that the gains of digital innovation be accessible and beneficial to all, with safeguard that preserve dignity and equality as those benefits are realized, which will undergird the rest of my remarks. The human rights and technology debate has always been about dual use. Opportunity and challenges coexist. But what is different today is the speed, scale, and data intensity of digital technologies. Exponential performance gains, ubiquitous connectivity, and vast datafication mean that benefits and risks propagate faster and more widely than in prior technological waves, requiring earlier and tighter human rights safeguard. Over roughly 2 decades, the UN human rights system, including Human Rights Council, its special procedures, OHCHR, General Assembly, and treaty bodies have as treaty digital technologies across human rights domains, building an integrated agenda that move from internet rights baseline to comprehensive treatment of new digital technologies. Core early moves affirm that the same rights apply online and offline, opposed blanket internet shutdowns, and urged breaching digital divides. These principles later enabled a more systemic approach to new technologies, not just to connectivity. And since 2014, the right to privacy in the digital age has been a sustained UN track. Mass surveillance, cross-border data access, encryption, and more recently, AI's privacy impact has been addressed through the UN General Assembly, Human Rights Council resolutions, and OHCHR analysis. And special rapporteur, the freedom of expression, right to privacy, racism, education, health, extreme poverty, etc. And working groups have issued thematic guidance on platform governance, algorithm bias, online hate and disinformation, digital divides and surveillance, and together seeding the evidence base for the Council's resolutions. For example, regarding the right to privacy in the digital age, the essence is individuals do not relinquish privacy online. Surveillance must certify legality, necessity, and proportionality. And technology design should not bypass privacy by default, an anchor that will reappear in the AI context. In the same vein, regarding freedom of expression, the UN line is consistent. Protect online expression and information, address disinformation and hate speech without resorting to vague, overbroad restrictions that chill legitimate speech, and ensure any limits meet international standards. Furthermore, it is highlighted that disinformation is transnational and can be state-driven. Response must not become a pretext for censorship, And due process, transparency, and necessity proportionality principle are essential in any content-related measures. And these discussions converged, and finally in 2019, Human Rights Council adopted its first broad resolution on new and emerging digital technologies and human rights. And actually, Republic of Korea led the initiative, especially recognizing both opportunities and risks and mandating the advisory committee to report on impact, opportunity, and challenges. And this elevated the agenda from principles to a structured, system-wide inquiry. And responding to that mandate, our 2025 report mapped UN practice, clarified where existing norms surface and where conceptual or operational gaps impair protection, and provide the recommendations. And as a rapporteur, my aim was to articulate a holistic, rights-based approach that is implementable by states, companies, and UN system. First, technology is not neutral in its effects. So the design choice, including data, optimization targets, system affordance, shape rights outcomes. And secondly, governance must be multi-stakeholder, states, private actors, civil society, technical communities, academia, and interdisciplinary. Because technical and rights expertise must meet only at the design stage. Next, the report presents the challenges that the digital new technology can pose to human rights in 7 major categories. First, privacy and datafication. Second, cybersecurity. Third, information integrity. Fourth, hate and discrimination. And fifth, inequality and disempowerment. And sixth, mass surveillance and overregulation. And seventh, cyber-ended behavior, violence. Surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly at all, the points I wish to emphasize to you is that these 7 major types of human rights challenges, even raised already 4 years ago, remain fully valid, even now in 2025. Indeed, several have intensified with generative AI. Conceptually, much international human rights law doctrine grew up in the offline world, and digital realities, the scale, automation, inference, opacity, strain classic analysis of privacy, equality, due process, and remedy. And gaps also arise because debates fixate on a few technologies or a few rights, leaving blind spots elsewhere, for example, social and economic rights impacts. Operationally, innovation outruns rulemaking. We face a time lag between deployment and governance, during which voluntary corporate measures substitute for enforceable safeguard capacity, defeats in regulators, and NHRIs and civil society hinder effective oversight of complex systems. So the digital technologies are transnational, yet governance remains fragmented by jurisdiction. Overlapping or inconsistent national rules create both conflict and voids, and access to cross-border remedy is often unclear. Meanwhile, some tech business models operate in legal gray zones, complicating accountability. And I believe the corrective is the human rights-based approach. Anchor policy and technical design in binding human rights standards, and ensure ex-ante risk identification and ex-post remedy, and translate rights into operational requirements for engineers and product companies. In practice, human rights-based approach require human rights impact assessment before deployment, meaningful stakeholder participation, including affected communities, and rights-respecting efforts, both the privacy, security by design, and anti-bias measures, and also the transparent governance, explainability, auditability, and also effective remedy pathways. Then in 2021, the second resolution on UN digital technology and human rights was adopted. And this resolution welcomed the advisory committee report and linked the agenda especially to the UN guiding principles. States must protect and technology companies must respect human rights and operationalize through due diligence and access to remedy. This is where corporate accountability becomes central, not marginal. For example, OHCHR's BTech project provides concrete guidance, address business model risks, conduct human rights due diligence, including end use, and ensure accountability and remedy, and promote a smart mix of regulatory and voluntary measures, and these are actionable levers for policymakers and tech corporations alike. Similarly, the 2022 OHCHR report on the practical application of the UNGP's UN guiding principles to technology companies clarifies duties of state and responsibilities of business and urges routine due diligence throughout the product lifecycle, with particular attention to vulnerable groups and digital device, the guidance that is directly applicable to AI developers and deployers. And by 2023, the Council sharpened its focus on AI. While recognizing AI's potential to advance rights, it stressed that without adequate safeguard, some AI applications present unacceptable risks, especially systems used for identification, tracking, profiling, or facial recognition. And the Council called for impact assessment, due diligence, oversight, transparency, and effective remedies as standard AI governance tools. So the life cycle approach is now expected. Integrated human rights requirements at design, development, deployment, and decommissioning, and ensure safety and explainability for consequential uses, and prioritize non-discrimination and privacy by design, particularly where AI affects access to service, due process, or public participation. Furthermore, AI governance must protect those most at risk of adverse impact: racial and ethnic minorities, indigenous peoples, women and girls, children, and persons with disabilities. By tailoring safeguard, dataset governance, bias testing, human rights in the loop control, and by requiring transparency about intended and prohibited uses. To move from principle to practice, human rights impact assessment should be default requirement across AI lifecycle, supported by meaningful participation, documented mitigations, and independent review. And this aligns with guidance published domestically last year by the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. And it should be normalized beyond the tech sector to all sectors that deploy AI. In 2025, this year, Human Rights Council adopted its first resolutions on UN emerging digital technologies and human rights, consolidating the shift from norm setting to coordination and implementation. It reaffirms a holistic, rights-based approach and looks to close gaps by aligning efforts across UN mechanisms and with external stakeholders. And this report, this resolution emphasizes coherence, so avoiding fragmented, duplicated guidance, and practical tools, so including a clear expectation for state and businesses and regularized multi-stakeholder dialogue. And this is timely because OHC's HR 2024 mapping report made clear the system has produced abundant guidance. So our challenge is to translate it into consistent practice and measurable protection outcomes. Finally, I would like to briefly mention the research on a new tech and human rights conducted by Advisory Committee, which served as think tank of the Council before concluding my presentation. The committee continues to carry forward cutting-edge mandate, such as neurotechnology and human rights, and new technology for climate protection and human rights, the human rights implications of new and emerging technologies in the military domain, and disinformation and human rights, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and AI and good governance, for which I serve as a rapporteur. Taken together, these studies ensure that normative development is evidence-based and anticipatory. To conclude, our task today is not to reinvent principle, but to implement a right-based multi-stakeholder approach with urgency so that the benefits of digital innovations are shared by all and its risks are constrained for all, as the UDHR and ICSC are already clearly point out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. There was a lot of echoes in your presentation with Philip ALSTON's presentation earlier as well. You've provided us with the foundational norms, the recent work, and you're an insider within the UN and the development of reports and the enduring challenges. A few things that immediately struck me is I liked your point that human rights grappling with new technology is not a new issue. It's a very old issue, but that the scale and speed at which we're trying to address issues that arise with regards to AI is extraordinary and is probably unmatched in the history at this stage. I was also taken by your point, which I think it would be lovely if other speakers, either at the national level or the regional level, might want to ask questions on, is this question of the role of AI in disinformation and how that potentially is a transnational state-based actor and how we address it as human rights advocates. The point, again, you reaffirmed that technology is not neutral, and it again echoes Professor ALSTON's point earlier with regards to who's driving and the motivations from those who's driving much of this. I thought the point that you stressed about the debates at this stage are fixated on a limited range of areas and issues with regards to human rights, leaving a number of blind spots is again an issue that we should explore. And also the point you're stressing about the transnational effects of all of this work is being met with diffuse national regulation at best. And this is something that is not effective in terms of trying to address these issues. I hear your call for the need for binding human rights regulations, but note again the weakening of international and national institutions and sometimes the deliberate undermining of these international institutions as we try to address these issues. I'm an optimist. There are a number of sobering challenges that were being addressed this morning, but I think each challenge also has an opportunity behind it. And we need to, as human rights advocates, think about how we can explore and implement those opportunities. And it falls upon us to work in a collaborative sense to be able to achieve that, given, as you said, the stress of diffuse national responses. And I liked your ending about our task is not the creation of new norms, but rather the importance of implementation. So, Professor, can we just put our hands together for Professor's presentation? Thank you, Professor. Now we move to our second presentation. We have Roberto Zaccari, have I pronounced that correct? It's Roberto Zaccari, who is going to do a presentation for us on lessons learned in performing a trustworthy AI and fundamental rights-based assessment. And Roberto is exceptionally well placed to be able to provide us with an outcome on that, because he's an internationally recognised expert in the field of databases and big data, and his interests in ethics and AI. And he's been involved in the development of a number of assessment processes associated with that, which have been recognised globally. Roberto, over to you.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the organizer of the conference, for inviting me, the representative of the European Commission that knew my work, and also I'd like to thank you, the representative of the Korean Human Rights Agency that are here. And my presentation, I just look at the program. I think it fits in an interesting way, because I'm really a practitioner. So we were talking about reports and the need of impact assessment. Actually, that's what we do in practice. I think it's also a little bit of a hope after the keynote that I heard. I think there is hope if we can do some little work in practice. And I don't know, but probably we didn't even talk. I didn't even know my colleague, but is the ending of his presentation is the beginning of mine, because that's exactly what we've been doing in the last 6 years, is try to get from principle or reports or guidelines or frameworks and try to put them into practice. So, and this is what I would like to share with you today. And I think it's very interesting. This quote is not mine, but there was a conference that I attended, and I was speaking here in Seoul as a UN Human Women. And actually what he says is that technology is not created in a vacuum. And it carries the values and perspective and the power structure of design, so which is really exactly what the keynote was saying. So this is the fact. Then I asked myself, but okay, I cannot change the world for sure, and I'm not a policymaker that can even influence it, but what can I do? So in 2019, when in Europe there were this beginning of try to get some framework for understanding the implication of AI, the good and the bad, I started an initiative that is not commercial, that has now reached around 100 people, experts, and 78 affiliated labs in 40 countries of the world. And it's totally informal. And basically, the mission that we have is try to establish or help stakeholders to what we call the mindful use of AI. Nobody uses this term. Normally, you have trustworthy, responsible. Mindful is more holistic, because it's trying to understand the entire implication of using this technology. And the keynote speaker was mentioning education, he was mentioning military application. There's a lot of things that is going to happen, and I think being mindful and understanding the implication is an important thing. So how do we do? We are really practitioners, and we do work in practice. So how would it work from having impact assessment? What does it mean to do it in practice? So that's what we started to do, and we created what we call a participatory process that helps stakeholders working evidence-based on particular cases, not general, on particular cases. So that's exactly what I'm presenting today. The project that I'm presenting is a collaboration of several people, as you can see from this list. It's from the Minister of Interior in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is divided in provinces, and there is one province called Friesland. Now, what is remarkable is not exactly that we did this project. Remarkable are a number of things. Number one, they work with us, the government. They work with us because they wanted to understand if the use of an AI, I'll show you afterwards, was really effective or it could have some side effect. And second, and most importantly, they agreed to publish the report. Transparency, which is not obvious. You know, how many times you have results that are not necessarily always good, and you don't want to publish them because, you know, there's the reason not to do that. So I was extremely positively surprised by how open are these people, and I'm not even Dutch, you know, we have a kind of, and we are not even an established organization that could say, well, we did it before. So we did several studies before, but I think I was really impressed by that. And the project, just to give an idea, started in May 2022, and it lasted till January 2023. So what was the project about? The province of Friesland was testing an AI system for the province, and basically, this system was using satellite images to detect specific kinds of grasses that were unwanted. So if you want to summarize in one word, it was environmental monitoring, which is very important because, you know, environmental monitoring is very important for a number of reasons, like understanding the stable condition of drinking water and stuff like that. So this is very important for society. And basically what we had done, we look at this in two angles. One is the more soft angle of trustworthy AI, which really is ethical, domain-specific. And then we also added we are in Europe, so it's fundamental rights assessment, because the Dutch government has required that every time the government is using AI, it should use an impact assessment, which is called Fundamental Rights and Algorithm Impact Assessment, which is a very long checklist. Now, you think about it, you have a long checklist of questions, but nobody is asking to answer those questions, and how would you control the questions? So basically, we worked together, and there were a number of questions that were raised at the very beginning. Why should you do it? What are the issues you want to raise? And especially, you might wonder, why did you do a human rights assessment for a satellite image analysis? And the reason for that is because even if the AI was supposed to do something very technical, it has a deep implication of the repercussion on the economy, on society, and on the agricultural part of the Netherlands, because somehow if you detect that there is some unwanted species of grass, which seems to be like, what's the big deal? It has an implication because it means there's some pollution there. And since there are some regulations that are forcing European countries to take action, it might have an impact, for example, on industry like the agriculture, because it's one of the sources of possible pollution. There was really a strong political opposition to that. So this really was helping us, but also them, and I think that this is really remarkable that they mentioned that this was for them a very good experience. And since it's published, hopefully this could be a best practice. So in fact, my really important message to all of you, since I don't know your background, is to encourage you to do best practices with government, with hospital, and being able to publish, because that will make this a knowledge, and maybe more people will be able to do the same. So the background is basically that the province of Friesland was supposed to do that by law, and monitoring the environment was normally done every 10 years. There were ecologists going on the field and checking the field every 10 years. Now, of course, they wanted to do it better and faster, so they basically appointed a third-party company to develop an AI system that, by looking at satellite images, will basically look at the status of the land, and that will be very fast. So you could actually do it every year, which I think that was the main reason. So the scope of this project was really to assess whether the use of this system is trustworthy, so the ethical part, and which fundamental human rights are affected by the system in a practical way. So basically, I mentioned to you the aim of the system was really helping ecologists to do their work quickly and faster and more accurate, and basically to try to understand what's going on the land and take some measure. So that sounds like a not particularly big deal. And the way we look at it was from three angles. We look at the technical part. I'm not going to describe it here. We have domain specialists. I'm not going to talk about it here. And we have ethical and fundamental human rights assessment in practice. And I'm actually sharing with you only the lesson learned on how we did it. So first of all, we use one particular framework, which is the one the Dutch government created. Nowadays, the Council of Europe has come up with a new one called UDERA. If some of you would like to experiment with that, it's a very similar one. And then we started with the fundamental human rights assessment, and afterwards we did the trustworthy AI assessment, which has an interesting implication, because if you start with that, you'll see there are some repercussions. The key thing that we did, I think, is unique, that we are using an evidence-based approach. So in other words, when somebody says, is your system infringing human rights? And the answer could be yes or no. We normally don't go this way. We basically say, please, look at this as a claim. There's a claim. The system is helping ecologists. Now, and what is the human rights that is affected? And then basically look at the evidence. So basically we work also on the ethical part, on an evidence-based approach, which we didn't invent it. It's called claim, argument, and evidence. It's actually used in other kind of technology. But it helps giving qualified answer. And basically, looking at the framework that the Dutch have, we were basically working on one part of their assessment, which is a cluster of specific rights related to, for example, the person, freedom-related fundamental rights, equality rights, and procedural fundamental rights. And then we look at the trustworthy AI part, and I think it was also mentioned by the presentation before, from the EU perspective. Now, the EU has also come up with some guidelines. So they have principles. These are four. These are so-called four ethical principles. The first three are obvious. The fourth one, they invented even a word that doesn't exist in English, and the attention, of course. And then they have requirements, which I think is interesting, because these requirements are more engineering, but it helps you to kind of detect if something is affected or not. Again, if you have a checklist and people ask you, is that your system infringing this or that, or you have attention, there's no way you can answer unless you have some kind of way of providing evidence and arguments. So basically, the part of human rights that we were working on was basically assessing claims and basically see whether, for example, the AI system is affecting the human rights, a specific one, or is not affecting them, or it might be affecting depending on certain circumstances. The interesting thing, you can also reverse the other way around and say, well, the AI system is actually improving. So it's not only the negative, because sometimes that's also, and we provide evidence, which is mostly legal, because that's really what it is. So these are some of the things that the team has discovered under rights related to the people. As you can see, for example, one is obvious, rights related to a healthy living environment. And there's also one on privacy, and the keynote speaker talked about privacy, which is interesting because that's one of the things that they discover. And also, I think it was very interesting. Under the procedural rights, they discovered that the government has rights related to a right of good administration. So to what extent this has to do with this system. So the interesting thing is that when you work only on the human rights part, the ethical part get kind of lost because it's very based on legal. And so when we discovered that by starting with human rights, you focus on legal, afterwards the ethicists in our team said, well, but you didn't touch a number of things that are important, but they're not legally binding. So these are some of the ethical issues that came up after looking at the human rights, and some of them have not really been seen by the assessment because the human rights assessment was focused on certain parts. As you can see, it's a long list, but that's also led us think of, what are we learning here? And basically, there were a couple of, key questions that were asked in the team. Should we consider the rights as they are defined in law, or shall we consider them broadly within this more holistic way? And depending on that, the results can be completely different. So again, what is also important lesson learned, who is in the team is an important ethical decision because depending on who's there, the results is also different. Of course, everybody knows. So what we come up is this idea, we call it a two-tier integrated approach. Because really the tension is if the human rights assessment is identified too narrowly, it risks being separate from whatever is the ethical part. If it's too broad, then human rights are kind of watered down. So it really is a practitioner work to try to find the right balance. And this is only a best practice, so we cannot really claim that this could be generalized to all cases, but lesson learned. The fundamental rights assessment and the ethical assessment based on, for example, the European Trustworthy AI guidelines, they go very well hand in hand, so they complement nicely, but there are certain differences. So the similarity, they're both based on rights and norms, and ethical experts are in both parts. But the differences are clear that when you talk to, at least in our team, we have experts in fundamental human rights. They were all lawyers, or at least legal scholars. So they go immediately into what is legally relevant. But what is legally relevant is not always what is ethically relevant. And that's important because I really like the keynote speaker because he said, what are the value that we have? Of course, depending on who you are, your different value. That's why, for example, we do not work directly with vendors because we figure it out that if you work with the vendors, there's an obvious conflict of interest in any way, and you can't do an assessment with the vendor. We do the assessment with the stakeholder or the government. They might talk to the vendor because they didn't do the system, but that's a lesson learned. If you want to have a reasonably neutral assessment, you can work with the vendors. And that's really an interesting paradox because the vendors are the ones developing, and we have, for example, a lab here in Korea at the Seoul National University. We work with researchers. There we can influence their work at design time, but there's not really an intention to sell. So anyway, so this is, some of the differences. What I also wanted to mention is that when you look at this impact assessment, most of the time they look at the negative. But I think there's a great opportunity to also look at the positive. So at the end of the day, you have to be open and say, okay, what are the positive implications and what are the consequences that might be negative? And then the stakeholder has the qualified information to make a decision. Because let's be frank, if you go to a hospital, and we did work with hospital, and you go to the head of radiology who wants to use some AI, he has no idea about what the AI does. And of course, whoever is pretending that this AI is doing this and this and that is a claim, in the number of claims. So how do you verify the claims? He has no time, he has no qualification, so he's basically making a decision that is having an impact on people. Because at the end of the day, you have this AI in the radiology department, and he has an input on decision. So we did an interesting work with the hospital in Italy at the same time. So I think this kind of assessment in practice, helping stakeholders to at least have a more qualified way of making decisions. I'm wrapping up, final note, perfect time. So let's say the final note is, if you start with the human rights or fundamental human rights, whatever you are, as a focus, please consider that you might actually lose some of the more soft, gentle, ethical aspects that are as important as the fundamental human rights, but they're not legally binding. So, but then at the end of the day, we have a report, so you can actually download the report. We have a YouTube video. We even got a prize as a very good example. And I was very impressed that the government was able to make it all transparent. So I'm very thankful for that, because without them, we wouldn't be able to present anything decent here. And with that, in 15 seconds of my time, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you for keeping the time. Much appreciated. It was fascinating, the development of practical tools by practitioners. It was a really interesting initiative. So thank you for presenting it to us. I think probably all of us now need to go and download the report and have a closer examination of it. In terms of the pilot project, I was really interested to see your approach, the pilot project on environmental monitoring in the province of the Netherlands, and the distinction between fundamental rights and ethics, and the tension that you constantly talk about throughout that project. It was heartening to see that the government was very open about the project, and I'm wondering, and it's a question from, I'm abusing my role as moderator, does the report also have a monitoring and evaluation framework associated with it with regards to the implementation of any recommendations that may come from the report to the government, and what type of indicators you might be utilising to assess the government's response to the implementation of recommendations?
Thank you. That's a good question. So, yeah, there is some kind of recommendation, but most importantly is the best practice to show that you can do decision and say, okay, I'm using this system, or you can do decision by going through a process. And this, if we become transparent, then more stakeholders are aware, but also citizens are aware, because they need to know. So, and that's a public document. And that, I think, is remarkable, because it's not necessarily all positive, what we wrote.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. The issue, of course, when governments commit to these things is the potential for, I don't know if this English translation works in Korea, but washing of dirty laundry in public and exposing those things. So it's admirable that the government was so open about that. The other point that I thought was really interesting you made was that, particularly you related it to the hospital setting, that significant stakeholders don't necessarily hold the necessary expertise to make qualified assessments of the impact of AI. And I can tell you, sitting on this podium, I am one of those stakeholders that doesn't have the necessary expertise to be able to make an adequate assessment often of the human rights implications of those issues. But thank you, Roberto. We look forward, colleagues, for any questions that you may have. We'll do those at the end. And I'll now move to our third speaker. Our third speaker, Ms. Ahn, is an employee, a Deputy Director of the Human Rights Policy Division of the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, where she's had quite a long career at the Commission, and she's worked in a variety of different areas, but currently she's investigating policies and legal systems related to digital and human rights, with a focus on new technologies like artificial intelligence, personal data protection, and the protection of communications privacy. Ms. Ahn, thank you. Please make your presentation.
소개해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you for your introduction. Good morning. I am Jin-hyun An, Deputy Director at Human Rights Policy Division, NHRCK. At our division, we are focusing on the evaluation of AI-related legislation. So today, I am going to talk about the emerging technologies and human rights response, challenges in safeguarding human rights in Korea's AI legislation. AI is increasingly impacting human rights these days. So I will first take a look at some of the key issues from the perspective of the National Human Rights Commission, and also I will talk about the limitations with regard to the human rights perspective. And then I will talk about the future direction for AI legislation that integrates human rights values. First of all, personal data protection and privacy. AI develops based on the massive collection of data, but in that process, there is an increasing risk of privacy violations, especially if you think about the facial recognition technology. It can seriously undermine an individual's freedom of assembly and association. For example, our commission back in 2020, we have issued our opinion regarding the technology of facial recognition, and we submitted our opinion to the government. AI systems inevitably produces biased results because it is very likely that their training data are biased. There are some cases in other countries where this actually happened. For example, in this particular case, there was a biased data training that was used for AI system that was being employed for instructor employment and evaluation. And let me move on to transparency and explainability. As you're well aware, it's very hard to understand how AI works and how AI makes decisions. So there is an issue arising from this, and there are many issues surrounding accountability. So there are some cases where just individuals give up on remedy seeking because it's very difficult to find out where accountability lies. So this is becoming very serious human rights related issue. In the if you look at the Artificial Intelligence Act of Korea, the article stipulates that affected persons must be informed in a meaningful way about the workings of the artificial intelligence, and they should be informed in advance. And let me move on to labor rights and impact on job security. As you are well aware, AI's automation technology is threatening job security, and it can further threaten the rights of workers. And especially in the platform labor area, AI algorithms are determining work schedules and pay rates, and it's leading to the creation of some gray areas or blind spots with regard to labor rights. And this is also the situation in Korea, and many are raising concerns. And our commission is taking the lead in responding these impacts from AI. In 2022, we have issued a human rights guideline with regard to the development and utilization of AI systems, which include obligations for transparency and explainability and non-discrimination, and also mandate for the human rights impact assessment. And in 2024, we have developed AI human rights impact assessment tools, which include personal data protection, data management, trustworthiness of algorithms, non-discrimination, explainability, and transparency. As you already know, Korea has established Korea has become the second country to legislate a comprehensive artificial intelligence act. And we have gone through 4 years of discussion, and as a result, in December 2024, the draft act on artificial intelligence passed the National Assembly, and this act is going to take effect in January next year. And our commission has issued our opinion about the draft legislation. And in our opinion, we emphasized that there needs to be provisions or articles included in the Artificial Intelligence Act, which requires post hoc remedy measures. And the civil society also did a very important role. And they continued the monitoring of AI-related policies and legislation, and they identified gaps in the legislations from the human rights perspectives. The Ministry of Science and ICT is the authority in charge of AI policies. And since the legislation of Artificial Intelligence Act in Korea, they have formed a task force to come up with the guidelines. And in August, the guideline draft was issued, and it's going to be announced soon publicly. So today, EU, Korea, and Japan have established comprehensive artificial intelligence laws. In the case of EU, in 2024, Artificial Intelligence Act of EU was legislated and is being implemented in phase. And the EU AI Act classifies AI according to the risk of AI systems into prohibited, high-risk, limited, and low-risk AI systems, and they impose obligations according to the level of risk. And if for a high AI risk systems, there is a fine imposed on high AI risk, especially for those with the top 3 revenues from the previous year. And also, businesses are required to cooperate with the government in accordance with the Artificial Intelligence Act in the EU. In the case of Korea, our Artificial Intelligence Act is somewhere between the EU and Japan. It's focused on protecting human rights and dignity and improving national competitiveness. But we do not provide any risk-based classification for AI systems, and we impose obligations on businesses as to the protection of transparency and safety of AI systems. Next, I will talk about some of the strengths and limitations of Korea's AI Act. The strength of AI Act from human rights perspectives include the integration of human rights and dignity protection as part of the purpose of the Act, and businesses under this law is required to carry out their obligations to make sure AI systems are trustworthy. And I think that our AI Act is a very important step forward toward developing trustworthy AI systems. But there definitely are limitations in our Artificial Intelligence Act because human rights impact assessment is only recommended under this law. So there are some deficiencies. And also the remedy measures are also deficient under this law. And according to the AI Act in Korea, the Ministry of Science and ICT is in charge of supervision. So there is a possibility of potential conflict of interest. And last but not least, there is no clear prohibition about high-risk AI systems. I will elaborate more on the limitations of our AI Act at the end. Then what should be the future direction of our AI Act to integrate human rights perspectives? Our commission has issued an opinion on this matter to the government, so I will focus my discussion on that opinion, the official opinion. So this is not my personal opinion. The public sector is mandated to carry out AI human rights impact assessment, and that is part of our opinion submitted to the government. But as I said earlier, the Korean Artificial Intelligence Act does not mandate AI human rights impact assessment, so there are some concerns. If you look at other countries in Canada and European countries, when government introduces AI systems, they must conduct AI impact assessment. And because AI systems impact the lives of general public, it is understood that AI impact assessment on human rights is a must. Recently, in August 2025, a legislative proposal was made in the National Assembly of Korea. And if you look at this legislation, the head of a public organization must carry out an impact assessment of an AI system when such a system is introduced for that particular public organization. So legislative measures are being sought, so I think that there needs to be a swift action on these, for the passing of these legislative proposals. And in the Artificial Intelligence Act, we need to include remedy measures, and that was the opinion of our commission. And it is very regretful that the current form of AI Act in Korea does not include the mandate for human rights remedy for human rights violation. That's very worrisome because it's very likely that AI systems may create further incidents of human rights violations. So we need to introduce more measures in order to provide the relevant remedies to redress this problem. And the National Human Rights Commission also voiced its opinion regarding the need for the establishment of an independent organization in charge of supervising and overseeing AI systems. As I said earlier, this is in the scope of the under the authorities of the Ministry of Science and ICT. So there is a conflict of interest right now. So there definitely needs to be an independent organization or independent body for the regulation of AI systems. So we voiced our opinion to the government about the need for the establishment of such a system, such an organization. Lastly, We also stressed the need for classifying AI systems according to their different levels of risks. Because the current Artificial Intelligence Act in Korea does not require risk-based classification. If we look at EU's Artificial Intelligence Act, AI systems are classified into 4 different groups according to the level of their risks, and obligations are imposed on individual AI systems in proportion to the level of their risks. And AI developers and AI operators are required to carry out obligations, and their accountabilities are distinct from each other depending on the role of their AI business. So going forward, I think we need to further improve many aspects of the Artificial Intelligence Act in Korea by incorporating the opinions of not just the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, but also from various stakeholders. And this is going to be a very important step forward. Starting from this year, I started to work on AI policies, and I feel great burden as a person who's responsible for AI-related policy. So my last comment is about the emergence of generative AI. With the emergence of generative AI, countries around the world are fiercely competing with each other. AI summit was held in Paris in May, and I would like to talk a few things about that summit. The first thing is that the Paris summit, it seemed like the Paris summit was only putting on the accelerator rather than stepping on the brake. And another thing that I want to note about the Paris summit is something that I heard from one of the participants, and it was that there were some opportunities lost in responding to AI. In Korea's Artificial Intelligence Act, AI systems must be used in a way that improves the lives of the Korean people. So that is the default purpose of the act. And I hope that our Artificial Intelligence Act can improve in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's been really interesting to see the progression of each of the 3 presenters. We've moved from the international to the regional to the national, and the various approaches that each of those stakeholders have undertaken. There was a couple of things that really stood out to me, as a practitioner. One was the concern that individuals who are complaining about their rights and violation of their rights with regards to AI often give up because they don't know where they can find the locus of accountability within the state, and the lack of clear remedies. It was really interesting to hear about the passage of the Act and its effective implementation from early next year, and the various opinions that the Commission has issued to the government about measures that need to be taken. And I was taken by your particularly the point that you were saying about the necessity for the introduction of a mandatory human rights impact assessment tool as part of the Act, and also the necessity for the remedies mechanism. And I wondered, again, something for us to discuss as practitioners is, what role the national human rights institutions should play, may play in the future as being at least part of that remedies outcome. Okay, so we have 10 minutes for questions. Can I just say that if you have any kind of questions, please write them on the post-it notes and put up your hand, and a staff member will come and collect those post-it notes. within the 10 minutes that we already have 3 questions here. Within the 10 minutes we have, we're probably unlikely to get to many of those, but what we can do is keep a list of those questions and bring them as relevant to the next presenters as we move forward. So the first question we received, and Professor Park, it's going to go to you, is there are various efforts by the UN to address artificial intelligence and human rights issues, but it's not realistic to meet all these demands and responses at once. Which tasks should be prioritised? Over to you. Yep.
What should we prioritize? What should we prioritize? I think 한국어로 대답하겠습니다.
Yes, I will speak in Korean. I think instead of thinking about what should be prioritized, I think we should focus more on how we have been doing protecting human rights. We have to look back again the existing human rights framework and think about whether or not it can be applied on human rights issues resulting from AI. I think we need to apply well the existing human rights framework to protect the fundamental rights going forward. I think that's one thing that's very important. And privacy protection and freedom of expression and other important issues are also priorities that we must pay attention to going forward. But as was previously mentioned by other speakers, social rights and other human rights issues that have not been expected previously, and the issues related to discrimination and the rights of the vulnerable people, all of these issues, I think, are very important, actually. I think I'm talking too much right now, but instead of relying too much on the part of the businesses, I think trade-off is inevitable, especially in the discourse, in discussion on human rights and AI. I think it's really important to strike a balance across different issues, and I think we really need to examine and look at what we already have in terms of human rights framework.
Thank you. The second question is actually just related to that answer, but I'm opening it up to the entire panel. It's the questioner says, I'm skeptical about whether the rapid development of technology can be quickly matched by human rights standards. What is your view on this? And I guess the question therefore is, do the current standards adequately account for the concerns, or is there the necessity for the development of new norms? Would anybody like to answer that question? We'll put it on notice at this stage, and we might come back to that particular question if that's okay, colleagues. Ms. Ahn, this question is to you. It is, I'm curious about the criteria used to distinguish between high-risk and low-risk artificial intelligence systems. Is it easy to make such a risk assessment?
Well, is it easy, the risk assessment for AI? At our commission, we have not carried out this risk assessment within our organization. No. But the challenge for this risk assessment for AI technology is because most of the AI is designed by the developers, tech developers, and HR experts have not been able to participate. And when carrying out this risk assessment, of course, it's very challenging because of the lack of engagement of human rights expert. I mentioned about the Data Administration Act. And when you look at that Administration Act, the Ministry of
추진하는 것으로 되어 있는
the Home Affairs as well as Ministry of ICT is going to carry out this assessment, but we do think that human rights experts need to participate in the process. They need to be engaged. So with that, I would like to answer my question that way. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, a related question, and this time to Professor Zakari and you, Ms. Ahn, was there's an issue of communication between human rights experts and technical engineers due to the discrepancy of language they use and the fundamental values of each discipline. As practitioners, how do you mitigate this challenge?
I'd like to make a comment on the first question before. When we talk about the European approach of risk, there's a classification that is static, so prohibition, high risk, medium, and low. But the law might change, so they have an opportunity to change it, because when they did the law, generative AI was not even around, so they had to patch it somewhere. There's a flaw in that, because when you have a classification which is static, the reality is when you apply, you might discover that a system that is supposed to be by law low risk is infringing all kinds of other things that you didn't think about it. So I think that there is I want to make 2 points that we're talking about a lot about assessment, impact assessment, but most of this impact assessment are checklists. Checklists are just a bunch of questions that you answer. And one question could be, is your system infringing human rights? How do you answer this question? Who's answering this question? What evidence do you have? So, and that's actually one point. The second is that if you don't do a monitoring over time, it will not work. Even in other domains, when you have a car, somebody discovered that maybe you should go and take the car to inspection every, 1 year? Why not every 6 months? Why not every day? Why not every 10 years? Or somebody has made this law. So I think there's and to answer the other question that was mentioned, there's a need of interdisciplinary work. So when you have a specialist in human rights talking to an applied ethicist, talking to a medical doctor, talk to an AI engineers, talk to a legal scholar, then there is a possibility for a common language by developing a process. I mean, we develop one, but you could develop your own. But there's an incredible need of having a stakeholder participation with different expertise. And of course, to map to a framework, because otherwise the legal guy will talk in their terms, the AI engineers will talk in their terms. And you really need to map it to a framework, whatever framework you want to use, where you say, okay, this issue, which has been described by a legal guy in this way, by the technical guy in this way, by the medical doctor, it has to do with equality or fairness in that context. Because again, this concept, like fairness, is so general that unless you put it into a context, it has no meaning. Because every context has a different meaning for this particular thing. And that's what our experience we have. And again, depending on who is around, is changing the game. So it's important, I think the colleague was saying, an independent organization is important. But then the question will be, who is in this independent organization? And the choice of people is also important.
Thank you. Look, we've reached the end of our time. I see that our MC is here to push me along. We have other questions, and those questions are just to acknowledge that they have been made, and we won't ignore them. We will send them back to our panellists for their response. There were two questions in particular on the role and extent of impact assessment tools with regards to formal compliance exercises versus genuine levers for protection of human rights, and the necessity for making those mandatory rather than voluntary as part of any kind of legislative approach. And also one that was really interesting around reconciliation, if we can, with regards to the high levels of emissions from data centres that are used by AI-related systems and its impact on climate sustainability. But colleagues, thank you so much. Can I thank all of our three presenters for really fascinating three topics. Very much appreciate your opportunity to participate today and all of your information. And can we put our hands together for them? Thank you.
Thank you for this valuable discussion. Please return to your seat. 네, 다시 한번 이것으로 또 첫 번째 세션을 마무리.
With this, we will conclude our first session. We hope that through this session, you were able to see new opportunities for future directions for new technology and human rights. I would like to sincerely thank our three presenters as well as our moderator. Thank you. With that, we will be serving lunch from now on. Lunch will be served in this room, in Orchid room. So please be seated. Lunch will be served at your table. We also have very important sessions prepared for the afternoon. We ask for your continued interest. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
네, 즐거운 점심시간 다
Hope you had good lunch. We were able to see people within the tables network with each other. So we are now ready to start our second session. With that, we'll be discussing challenges of new technologies, inequality, exclusion, and human rights. In this session, we have 5 presentations. And 3 presentations will be happening in this conference room, and 2 presentations will be carried out through online connection. And we will conclude with a Q&A session. Q&A session will be carried out, and please write your questions in the post-it notes on your table. If you're asking question from online, you can leave your question on the chat room, and we'll be happy to accommodate them. We will now start our second session, and with that, I would like to introduce our moderator. We have with us Professor Min-ho Kim, Professor of School of Law from Sungkyunkwan University. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 그럼 마이크를 저장님께 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
Now, with that, I will hand over the microphone to the chair.
네, 반갑습니다.
Hello, I am Min-ho Kim. Thank you for the introduction. We have 5 presentations ahead of us, and I will be moderating the general discussion. So I thought that moderator will be giving introduction to our speakers, but it seems like that's my responsibility. So first of all, we will listen to the individual presentations first, and then we will accommodate questions from both the floor and online chat box. So with that, let's get started with our session. Instead of giving the introductions all at the same time, I will just give you the introductions to the speakers individually. The first presentation will be given by Professor Kwon-il Lee. Please welcome him with a big round of a hand. Please go ahead, Professor Lee.
네, 방금 소개.
As introduced, my name is Kwon-il Lee. First of all, I would like to thank our sponsor for extending invitation to me. And I would also like to thank the staff for making this session possible. So in the first session, we touched upon the overview and high-level side of AI and technology, and we'll be going into details starting from this session. So AI, as stated in Kant and Josun book, in that light, can AI learn Zolan, and can AI know Zolan? That's what I'm going to be starting with. And the reason I'm starting with that question in mind is because AI reflects the bias that already exists in our society. AI is learning the bias that exists in our society across gender, age, and ethnicity. And when that bias is represented in AI, can we say that AI is providing or giving inequality, and that AI is not equal? So how are we going to regulate such an AI? And my discussion starts with that question in mind. And with that in mind, I'm going to begin my presentation. So we have the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we talk about AI. And when you look at white goods, Samsung electronic goods have AI within their products. So you cannot really do anything without AI. AI has been extensively commercialized, and it's not being used by limited developers or a handful of engineers. So AI has given us a huge amount of convenience, but there is some shadow that is brought together with this technological development, which is the impact on our fundamental rights And there are some challenges that we face because of this AI and technological development. And there's also the concerns of a potential risk and threat coming from this new technology. So how are we going to regulate this, and how are we going to carry out our discussion in this area? We've seen a lot of discussion around side effects of AI. And today, I would like to focus my discussion on issues of inequality and bias. AI is surfacing many issues at the moment, and recently there has been intensive discussion around rise of inequality. Is it really not equal? And we've been discussing on that extensively. And we also need to touch upon the hidden inequality. That's an area that we have to pay attention to. So the title of my talk will be on AI and the reproduction of inequality. So we've seen many cases around bias, and please refer to my paper, but there has been some discrimination on gender and ethnicity, and that's something that we're witnessing in Naver. Also, there has been discrimination issue around recruiting in Amazon. In Amazon, they have had interviews for candidates, and many think that it will be equal and fair, with a notion that machines will be equal and machines will not have any bias. So they developed AI for this purpose, and the result is that males tend to have more advantage when it comes to using AI for recruiting. So this AI was then shut off. In the US, there is AI called Compass, and this is for crime prediction. And Compass is undergoing a lot of dispute because it tends to bias against ethnicity. And in Korea, we have a portal called Naver when it comes to gender and discrimination. The issues that we face is that there has been some discrimination on Naver, not necessarily on gender discrimination, but when they list news is rather biased. And Naver said it will use AI technology to overcome bias in their news curation. But is it really overcoming that bias? And what is the reason for that discrimination due to AI? And I think there are two things here. The biggest difference of AI versus existing computer is that AI carries out learning, and they learn through algorithm, and data is trained and algorithm is applied, and based on that learning, AI can reach a conclusion. So there is an issue around data and data leading to bias. And data set sometimes does not have the right agency or representativeness, hence causing bias. And when it comes to algorithm could be source of discrimination as well. There are cases where algorithms were developed in a neutral manner. And because algorithm was biased, and because of that, if the result was biased, then we would then say the AI is biased. But then when you look at our raw data, and if our raw data was used to train AI and AI algorithm, and if neutral algorithm was developed as a result, but if the findings are still biased, how are we going to look at that result? And that's where my problem statement is based on. This is an hypothetical assumption. In the morning, we talked about training on 10 years worth of raw data. And after training with this 10-year historical data, and if 70% of recruited person were men and 70% of recruited person were women, then the AI will conclude that there will be 7-to-3 ratio when it comes to recruitment. For Compass, as an example, if the recurrence of crime for black population is 2 to 3 times higher, and Compass concludes that there is a higher tendency of crimes being recommitted by the black population, then will we say that Compass should be shut down because there is this issue of bias? So that's the key question that I am raising through my paper. So the issue of bias through learning and machine learning, and also issue of algorithm bias is something that we're looking at. So AI is looking into the phenomena that we're seeing in the world. So it's reflecting reality. That's in the realm of sane. And the ratio that AI is reproducing is an area of Roland. So the space of Zane and Roland is where the difference arises. So how will AI learn, and how will it reach its conclusion? How will it infer? So because they're based on raw data, we use AI with an assumption that there will be no bias in the result and the findings. But our society, in its nature, is biased, and that's why we have biased result. And by learning the reality, which is Zane, and looking at the result, will we say that AI is biased? Is AI reflecting inequality? If we see it as unequal, then we will say that it's the state currently is not equal, and we need to improve the situation. But if the situation is not necessarily not equal, how are we going to improve that situation? And that's something that we need to look into from the angle of human rights. The issue here is that until now, when we look at the biased information or discrimination for gender and ethnicity, that's something that we should avoid. And based on the international treaties and conventions, that's something that we have to overcome. But when the raw data is inputted and the result that is coming from AI reflects the biased society that we already live in, and then we would say that that is not equal. But because we're human, we know the current state is Roland, but AI, because AI does not know about Roland and they're not going through the learning process of Roland, we cannot ask AI to not produce unbiased result, because AI had not had that opportunity to learn. So we have to start from the labeling of static data labeling, so that when there's data labeling, we have to set the data so that it is not biased. And if our society is biased, when we develop AI algorithm, developers should take this into consideration. So we have to take into consideration of the bias that was there from the very beginning on gender and ethnicity, so that we can fine-tune or reconcile this reality in AI algorithm. But then these two, again, could be risky. I mean, because touching data, manipulating data, so how far are we going to touch data, and to what extent can we say it will be fair? And that's something very difficult to define under normative practice when we change or fine-tune algorithm. I mean, if we develop this in the public sector, we can mandate it. But for private sector to do this, I mean, they're going to put in a lot of man hours and cost to develop algorithms. But will they accept this kind of development? And even if it's developed based on unbiased manner, who is going to verify it and review this? So not to have human involved would be fair and non-biased, but if human is involved, there is also another issue of a biased result. Now we're investing exponential amount of money to invest and develop AI, and the key in AI is algorithm. So AI algorithm should be shared and it should be transparent, and nation states are requiring these companies to expose or share their algorithm, but who is going to share that? We talk about explainability, transparency, although it is listed in our norms, but will it be shared with the public? I have a big doubt on that. So how are we going to regulate it, and how is government going to look into it? Is it going to be self-governed? Even if it's self-governed, we should have process in place to regulate it, to look into these algorithms so that this AI design will not be biased. And there should be ways to mandate it based on self-regulation. And if this was going to be in place, who is going to regulate it and look into it? And we have institutions in UN and also US and EU is looking into this as a serious agenda. From data setting, we have to look into impact assessment so that human rights and fundamental rights is reviewed. And when it comes to algorithm, transparency and accountability of algorithm should be mandated. Can AI learn Zolan? Can we request Zolan to AI? For AI to learn Zolan so that it can self-correct bias in our society to reach a fair and equity result, that would be the most ideal state. But will that be possible? It's too early for us to know. If AI can learn Zolan and know Zolan, I think that in itself is quite risky too. What I mean by that is that we have religion, ethics, and I think that first started from humans' desire to control its aspiration. So if AI is trained on Zolan, they will be aware of human desire and aspiration. And that could also put AI in a risky manner, and something that we have to also think about. In our society, we still do not have a good solution or a good idea on how we can solve this bias issue and inequality issue of AI. So we do need much deliberations and discussion across our society on what this should look like. Before AI is more commercialized, I think it is time for us to really deep dive into these issues. Because if AI were to develop as it is being developed at the moment, and if it's developed without taking into all these issues into consideration, all our efforts to date around race, ethnicity, and gender equality will be wasted. But we want to build on what we have done, and if we were to fix this issue and reflect this in AI, we will be able to replicate what we have done successfully when it comes to the human rights. So we have to look for ways for AI to improve and enhance the bias and prejudice that existed in our society, and something that we have to discuss as a society. I still do not have an answer for this, and personally, I have not reached a conclusion. But this morning, when I arrived at this venue, I was able to learn and get lots of insights from our speakers. And I heard that the technology is not created in a vacuum. That really resonated with me. Currently, AI, the developers of AI or investors to AI are those people in power. And when they develop AI as a technology, if they don't consider the concepts that we have to consider as a society, and also take the bias issue into consideration, then there will be an issue. And as we have heard from Dr. An, we have to think about a third party who can review this. There could be councils and committee that could be formed to really talk about this issue with the engineers, with the developers of AI, to at least give a cautionary warning to the people who are involved, those stakeholders. So that was my conclusion. Thank you for listening.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee.
등등의
So Professor Lee has spoken about AI and the reproduction of inequality. And thank you also for managing time very well. We have people joining from online as well as from the floor. So if you have any question about this presentation, you can write your presentation on the chat screen as well as the paper in front of you on your table. So with that, we'll move on to the next presentation.
The next presentation will be delivered by Mr. Tim Engelhardt, Human Rights Officer from the Office of High Commission of the Human Rights. The title of the presentation is Data, Privacy, and Discrimination. Please welcome Mr. Engelhardt with a big round of applause.
Hello. Okay, this is on. Yeah, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here. I must say the first couple of hours were already incredibly insightful. I feel inspired, and I would like to start my presentation with heartfelt thank yous. Thank you for the invitation to the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, to the delegation of the European Union and the Asia Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions. And I also would like to thank the Republic of Korea in particular for long-standing support of our office's work in the area of technology and human rights, and the European Union as well, which has, over the last few years, also lent generous support that enabled us to keep working in this area. Let me see. Okay. It's fascinating for me, it was fascinating to follow the discussions, because I could see how much what we have been working on lately relates to what has been discussed over the first parts of today's event. Professor Berg already gave us a very great introduction, overview over the work at the UN Human Rights System on tech and human rights. We have a growing list of reports on the right to privacy. One of them focused on artificial intelligence. The last one, well, not the last one, another one on surveillance, encryption, public surveillance, and other questions. And this year, as Professor ALSTON already mentioned, we just published a report that focused on discrimination and inequality. And when we got the mandate from the Human Rights Council to work on this, we got really excited, because it's such a the working at the intersection of privacy, collection and processing of data, inequality and discrimination, that allows us to look into the issues exactly not in a very piecemeal way, as Professor ALSTON pointed out as a problem, but really look at the bigger picture, you know, to be able to at least attempt a deeper dive into some of the structural problems that create human rights problems. So I'm going to build in my presentation on this report, which will, by the way, be presented in 2 days at the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And yeah, here we go. I will not spend much time now going into the normative framework, thinking we're here in a human rights cognizant world. Suffice to say that we in the report, given the topic of touch upon a whole range of rights. When we look at the right to privacy here, again, I can refer to Professor ALSTON, and it tells you something how important and how good his keynote was, that it resonates across the whole day. The right to privacy has multiple dimensions, and when we look at data processing and discrimination, we touch upon decisional privacy, informational privacy, the privacy of communications, the privacy of building associations, relationships with other people, etc. So we have multiple dimensions there. And in the report, we look at the enabling character of the right to privacy, how the protection of privacy enables enjoyment of other rights, the right to social protection, the right to life, the right to liberty, the right to health, etc. I'd also like to refer briefly to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which give us a framework to analyze how businesses should operate. The guiding principles underscore the responsibility of businesses to respect human rights, but they also underscore the state duty to protect against human rights abuses by businesses, and asked to take a smart mix of measures, regulation, incentives, etc. As I mentioned, it's a huge topic we're talking about. So one of the main problems to distill all the issues is really to prioritize. So in our report, we looked in more depth into a number of key domains where data processing leads to discriminatory outcomes. We were not able, of course, to cover everything, but focused on a number of them. There's law enforcement, for example, where Professor Lee just mentioned the COMPASS system is one of the systems that are being used there for predicting the future behavior of suspects or convicts. We have many other systems of predictive policing, the biased outcomes of biometrics recognition systems are well documented. In the migration sector, we identified many problems when governments use AI data-driven tools to assess the risk of people at borders, the deployment of emotion recognition technology at entrance, etc. The use of data-driven AI tools in the area of social welfare, social protection, promises efficiency gains is often used to detect fraud or tries to detect fraud, but unfortunately, it's well documented in various countries, in various jurisdictions, that these systems have displayed highly problematic outcomes. We found systems where the exclusion error rate was somewhere between 70 and 93%. And in practice, it's just, it leads to dramatic outcomes, destroying lives, etc. In the area of healthcare, AI diagnostics systems in various studies have been shown to be racially biased, perform very differently depending on skin tone, etc. In the area of so-called digital public infrastructure, again, an area where there's big promise, and indeed we have seen successes in increasing inclusion through these systems, but at the same time also huge exclusion risks and also surveillance risks. For example, if biometric identification systems are not well adjusted, say fingerprint readers and people who have been worked manually for their entire lives can't be identified anymore by these systems, people have not been able to access their benefits. Another issue in this area is not a technical one, but simply excessive identification requirements. Say, if you need certain official digital IDs for accessing schooling, that in itself is a problem, but you don't necessarily need a technological fix. Then we looked at the overarching challenges we could identify. And I think the most important one goes to the maybe overarching theme today, which is technology doesn't exist in a vacuum. It reflects the realities out there, right? So when we think about discrimination, inequality in the data context, we should not see this as mainly an engineering problem, as a merely technological problem, but first of all, the societal problem that needs societal fixes. Because the roots are going deep, right? We have the structural inequalities that go into the system. They reflect historical injustices, deep-seated human bias, prejudice, and the economic and political disadvantages of many people. In that context, it's also important to keep in mind the intersectionality of discrimination, that people belonging to one group and another face multiple intersecting forms of discrimination. In other aspects we discuss are the bias in design decisions. Again, it starts with the very early decisions. For what purposes, in what context, data-driven systems will be deployed. It makes a difference if, say, a facial recognition system is being deployed in a minority neighborhood or in a wealthy majority neighborhood. It affects different people. It will affect and bias will play out in different ways. But we also have, of course, the problem of inaccurate data sets, of non-representative data, etc. Opacity is another huge problem that came up already several times today, and that's in two ways. One, a lack of information of the public and of the people that are who are affected about that certain systems are being used in what way, what the decisive factors were, etc. But the basic information about that. And then the widely discussed problem of the so-called black box algorithms, where we as humans struggle to understand why certain systems have certain outputs. Scalability is another huge issue. I relatively often still come across the argument, well, humans are also biased, so what's the problem? And I think one of the simple answers is, okay, if one person is biased, it may affect a limited number of people. If the same bias is integrated in a product, in a service that's being used 1 million times, 100 million times, this bias will just scale. So the problem is much, much bigger. Finally, the ability to infer characteristics of is a problem that's playing out in reality, and we need to address. We know that AI systems are able or are being used to infer certain characteristics based on seemingly unrelated data that can be very sensitive data that then eventually can be used to exclude people, discriminate against people, etc. One sec. We also speak about the role of the private sector. As we all know, most of the technology is developed by companies. They drive technological change. They have the economic incentives. And that creates particular problems. The state has the duty to protect against abuses by companies. And we have problems in living up to that expectation. Particular problems occur when there's a very close nexus between states and businesses, and we've witnessed that across the world, where critical, widely used systems by governments, by public authorities are developed, are run by the private sector. That blurs the lines of responsibility in particularly challenging ways. Digital divides are another problem that contributes in many, many ways to discrimination and inequality in the digital space. 1/3 of the world is still offline. We have still clear gaps between urban and rural areas. There are gender gaps in different ways pronounced depending on the region. Tech development by some dominant technology companies from developed countries creates a situation where often in many regions of the world we don't have the products and services that are well relevant for the context. We have limited language support, often really systems performing well just in a few languages. What does that mean for people? They can't properly participate. They are exposed to particular risks because they have no ability to understand what's actually happening, to understand the policies, the practices, etc. And we have strong disparities in the legal frameworks. Let's take as an example data protection frameworks that are either not existent everywhere or not fully developed, and in any way strong challenges when it comes to the enforceability of these frameworks. We are guilty of what Philip Alston mentioned before, making lots of recommendations. I will not read them out loud now and just highlight a few of them. First of all, we call for anchoring the use and the regulation of technology in human rights and put a particular focus on addressing discrimination in these contexts. We need robust, strong legal frameworks, a smart mix, as I mentioned before, of measures. And these legal frameworks can't be limited to one law that governs it all. We need a mix of data protection, anti-discrimination laws, AI-related laws, sectoral regulation, etc. Human rights due diligence, which includes the human rights impact assessments that have been mentioned several times today, needs to be the main approach before we decide and when we decide, when we roll out data-driven technologies. It's critical to enhance the opportunities for the public and those affected to weigh in better stakeholder engagement throughout the development and use processes of technology, increased transparency to tackle the opacity problem I mentioned before, increased workforce diversity and sensitivity to these issues, enhanced effort to bridge digital divides, in particular through international cooperation. And of course, taking all necessary measures to combat bias in data and algorithmic systems. So overall, the findings of the report are sobering. The collection and processing of data, particularly when used to inform automatic decision-making, can and does perpetuate and exacerbate existing inequalities and discriminatory practices. And these are not marginal issues. These are systemic failures that compromise the integrity of societies, democratic, participatory governance, and the realization of human rights for all. The report offers a path forward. It's clear. Technological innovation can help us to overcome challenges if anchored in human rights. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the responsibility to act. Thank you.
예, 팀 앵글하르트 인권 담당관님의 발표 잘.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, we will have online presentation. Ms. Naigat Dad, Executive Director from Digital Rights Foundation, and she is also a member of UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI. She's located afar, so please give her a bigger round of applause.
예, 나이갓 다드 위원님.
So, mic is all yours. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Let me just fix this presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here, although it's very early morning by time, but I'm very happy and very honored on on this invitation, but also just listening to my very dear colleague Tim. We have worked on several things together as a civil society with UN. Something that I'm going to talk about today is the work that actually has shaped so much of the work that I'm doing from Global South, and now it has seeped into the global cyber policy arena, the intersection of technological development and the digital divide. And when we talk about technology in global majority or global south, it often sounds like a story of progress. For instance, new applications, AI systems, digital infrastructure. At least that's what I have been seeing for the last 20 years. But what our work at Digital Rights Foundation constantly shows us is that this progress comes with sharp divides, as Tim has mentioned in his presentation. These divides are between men and women, urban and rural, safe and unsafe online experiences, and from the very early on in our work, we acknowledged that unless we address those divides, technology won't empower, it will actually exclude. So we are talking about a lot of AI and generative AI content, and in our work, we look into digital rights from a gender lens, and with this entire AI ecosystem, what we are seeing is that generative AI is already being misused. We have seen how hyper realistic deepfakes are being used to manipulate narratives, especially against women journalists, women politicians, women human rights defenders. And at Digital Rights Foundation, we have a digital security helpline where women from all over the globe actually call us when they face harassment or violence online. And we have documented cases where deep fakes and AI manipulated content was weaponized to silence women. The impact that we have seen is not just online, it seeps into their workplaces, their families, and even it impacts their physical safety. And platforms tell us that AI tools are improving safety, but on the ground we see the opposite. So I'm not sure how many people in the hall know about honor killing, the issue that we face in several countries, including my own. And what we have seen is that the existing inequalities and the existing forms of violence against women now are also being fueled by AI. We had different tragic cases of honor killings, and there is this one recent one in part of Pakistan called Balochistan, where AI tools were used to circulate and glorify violence online against women if they try to break the status quo in a conservative society. So think about this, a brutal act of violence against a woman is not only happening offline, but is being digitally amplified as it is an entertainment. And that's what happens when patriarchal violence meets unregulated AI. women who already face barriers to access and literacy are pushed further into danger with zero transparency or accountability from platforms, and hardly any relief from government or state bodies when AI is progressing so fast and the regulations are so way behind. So during and what we have seen is that in different conflicts around the world, we are seeing many conflicts happening. Geopolitics is changing, and few months ago, when there was a conflict between India and Pakistan, we tracked almost 300 online posts. 1 in 4 weaponized gender disinformation, rape threats, conquest narratives, transphobic slurs, and they were not random insults, they were digital warfare tactics. And platforms looked away when conflict breaks out. What we have seen is that women and minorities are the first to be attacked and the last to be protected. The online battlefield that we noticed during this conflict mirrors actually the offline one. And then comes the labor rights in AI gig economy. There is also a hidden digital divide. The workers behind AI systems, the data labeling industry is worth 17 billion, and a lot of that work is happening in global south, including Pakistan. In Pakistan, young workers annotate disturbing violent content for 1 to 2 hours, $1 to $2 an hour. Uh, and these are the invisible workers powering AI, yet they have no contracts, no labor rights, no recognition under our laws. Uh, and, and then we imagine building the very tools shaping the future of AI, but without health insurance, job security, or even acknowledgement of a worker who is based in the global south. And for me, that is exploitation in plain sight. And and then when we talk about women's participation, the assumption is that women are absent online. I would say that's not true. Many people, when I talk to people in my country or global south, that women are not really participating. Women are online, but the environment is so hostile that many are forced out. We see this with women journalists in Pakistan, in other global south countries, and also in global north countries as well, when it comes to women journalists and women politicians. This technology facilitated gender-based violence creates a chilling effect. Why post or report if you know you will be flooded with abuse, if your family will be targeted, or if a deep fake will appear in your inbox? Women aren't absent online, they are unsafe in the global majority. And then this is the digital security helpline that we run at Digital Rights Foundation as one of the solution to the victims and survivors of online violence. And this helpline has handled thousands of cases in its 9 years. Our latest report in 2024 makes it clear that women are still the majority of victims. They are not just numbers. They are real people. Young journalist leaving her reporting beat, a woman entrepreneur closing her online shop, a teenager terrified by anonymous threat. That is what hostile online spaces look like in global majority. And now look at the government priorities. Many governments are spending billions on building digital infrastructure without much of a regulation or accountability. While what we see that billions are being spent, we see in Pakistan that the fixed broadband penetration is only 1.3%, and only 33% of women access the internet. So what we are doing is we are building surveillance walls instead of bridges. And many states, I sit in multilateral talks, I sit in many closed door meetings and conferences, and I have seen many countries talking about digitalization. But in the very same countries, women are still sharing phones. They don't own even phones. Rural communities lack internet, and girls in many rural areas do not even have digital literacy. So these are political choices, I would say, and not just by accident. UNICEF data shows that 86% of men in my own country, Pakistan, own a phone, compared to only 53% of women. The gender gap in smartphone ownership is 49%. And when women are borrowing devices, how much privacy or agency can they have? Affordability, safety, exclusion, these aren't side issues. They are the core of the digital divide. And then we have government imposed digital divides, and this is the elephant in the room, that when there are deliberate restrictions, internet shutdowns during elections, or banning virtual private networks, or blanket national security restrictions, these shutdowns don't just silence political dissent, they also destroy livelihoods. Freelancers, gig workers, small businesses all rely on stable internet. But when governments pull the plug, they commit not only rights violations but economic sabotage. So, what is the solution and way forward? Where do we go from here? In my own organization, we try to model how we want internet to work for global majority. And we start from the ground up. With several campaigns, we equip communities with digital skills and safety. We then carry these voices into global spaces at the UN, in multilateral processes, like I'm speaking today with all of you. And through South to South collaboration, so we have collective voice in bigger rooms. We push for labor protection for AI workers, accountability for platforms, and investment in real access. Closing the digital divide isn't about rolling out 5G or device handouts. It's about rights, safety, and accountability. And I'm closing this with this, that the digital divide is not natural. It is built through misogyny, bad policy, and corporate neglect. And because it's built, it can be dismantled. What our responsibility is to ensure that technology becomes a tool for justice and inclusion and not exclusion. Thank you so much.
네, 그쪽 시간으로 굉장히 이른 시간.
You said that it's very early over there in terms of time, but you still gave us a very exciting presentation. Thank you very much once again. Next presentation will be given by Dr. Michael Kiewit, Senior Researcher at University of Johannesburg and visiting professor at Yale University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Today. And the subject matter of this conference couldn't be more timely.
Today, I will argue that if we want to understand the connection between artificial intelligence and human rights, we need to have a new conversation connecting two key issues: environmental sustainability based on the limits to material resource use, and digital colonialism, whereby the United States exercises unipolar dominance over the global digital economy. Before we get to AI and the global digital economy, let's start with environmental sustainability. According to the United Nations, we face a triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We should add to this that we are dangerously close to triggering several environmental tipping points, irreversible events like the destruction of the Amazon rainforest, the mass die-off of coral reefs, which house a quarter of all ocean life, the melting of glacial ice sheets, and the collapse of the Remark ocean current. If these events become reality, it will do catastrophic damage to life on the planet, including, of course, us. According to most scientists, we are approaching 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level, at which point they warn the likelihood of triggering major tipping points is possible. On the current trajectory, we will hit 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level within about 30 to 35 years, and the probability of triggering those tipping points becomes likely. As we are trying to transition to renewable energy, the more we grow our economies, the harder it becomes to stop overheating the planet. Barring the invention and mass scaling up of new technologies, projections show that worldwide economic growth will cancel out the effects of renewable clean energy, renewables, and keep increasing the global temperature. In addition to overheating the planet, human economic activity is driving biodiversity loss at an alarming pace. Many scientists argue that humans are causing a sixth extinction event, and we are also causing wildlife populations to plummet. According to the World Wildlife Foundation, the average size of vertebrate species populations has fallen by an eye-watering 73% amongst about 5,500 vertebrate species sampled between 1970 and 2020. We're basically killing off life and destroying habitats everywhere we go. For the time being, the primary cause of biodiversity loss is human economic activity, not climate change, meaning that even if overheating the planet weren't an issue, economic growth would still be unsustainable because we're overexploiting nature. For this reason, a staggering 71% of scientists and policy experts now believe that worldwide economic growth is unsustainable. This is a crucial point. Most people who accept the capitalist system argue that yes, capitalism does create rich and poor, but with enough growth, we can eventually eradicate global poverty. But environmental scientists have evaluated material resource use systematically, and they've concluded that under a low-risk environmental scenario, global raw material resource use should be cut by 1/2 and capped. This is incompatible with capitalism, which plans the economy through investment in that which produces more and more and grows at an exponential rate. It is also incompatible with poverty alleviation and social justice. On a global scale, the world economy produces about $120 trillion per year. Divided by 8 billion people, that's about $24,000 or 33 million won per head per year. But the fruits of economic production are concentrated between and within countries. At the global level, the United States has 4% of the world's population. yet 31% of the wealth and 45% of the financial assets. Within countries, economic inequality is also highly inequitable. If you look closely at the data, then one is forced to conclude that in order to provide a westernized middle-class standard of living to all humans and stay within planetary boundaries, wealth and income needs to be distributed nearly perfectly equal between and within countries. The United Nations calls this process contraction and convergence, whereby global material resource use contracts and the ownership of resources converges between rich and poor. I think we should call this a just degrowth transition, which is very different from a capitalist just transition that only requires a transition to renewable energy and some mild regulations to constrain environmental destruction. The case for contraction and convergence is even stronger when we consider environmental debts. Climate debts are tabulated by calculating how much carbon each country has emitted from the Industrial Revolution to the present. The United States is responsible for 40% of national overshoot, with the EU 28 following closely at 29%. The Global South is responsible for just 8%. Ecological debt tabulates excess material use by country. Here, the United States is responsible for 27%, followed by the EU 28 at 25%, and China at 15%, with the rest of the Global South at 8%. So here we can see the United States with 4% of the world's population, about a third of the wealth, and 45% of the financial assets, not only presently overconsumes the world's material resources, but it owes the rest of the world debt payments for its overconsumption of the resources it consumed over decades to build its prosperity, including critical infrastructure like roads, offices, and houses. From an environmental perspective, wealth concentration into the hands of people in general, but Americans here on the global stage in particular, is unsustainable. So there needs to be a global movement demanding that the US pay its environmental debts and stop consuming more of its fair share of the world's finite resources. And in saying that, I'm not saying it's only the US, but it's the leader here. So it's within this context that we should understand digital technology and human rights. My book, Digital Degrowth: Technology in the Age of Survival, was the first to study and systematically tabulate who owns the global digital economy. To do this, I assessed national ownership of transnational tech corporations, the startup sector, investment, research and development, intellectual property, as well as products and services like semiconductors, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, big data, operating systems, hard drives, email, streaming entertainment, and more. The widespread belief that there are two poles in the global digital economy, the United States on one end and China on the other, is wildly incorrect. In reality, the United States has unipolar dominance over the global digital economy. So let me state just a few facts here just to show the extreme extent of US hegemony in the digital sphere. As of November 2023, of the top 943 technology corporations, the United States owned 55% of the companies, 77% of the market cap, and 59% of the revenue. China, by comparison, had 6% of the companies, 6% of the market cap, and 11% of the revenue. Even this measure understates the case because most Chinese corporations do business within mainland China. Of the top 15 Chinese tech corporations, only 19% of the revenue comes from abroad. And that was what I found in the study. Of the top 15 US tech corporations, 49% got the revenue from overseas. So you can see that even those initial statistics understate the case. I don't have the space to go through it, but the rest of the global digital economy looks the same, and it's all documented in the book. Now, if you factor in material resource limitations, wealth concentration is no longer compatible with environmental sustainability. Again, if there's to be a just transition, there simply isn't that much to go around. So here we can see the first major problem in tech politics. The United States owns and controls what is, by many metrics, the most lucrative part of the global economy, the digital sector. The global digital economy reinforces what scholars call ecologically unequal exchange. The rich, led by the United States, own and control the means of computation and knowledge, and perform the higher level thinking, while the poor dig in the dirt for minerals, produce cash crops, and carry out menial tasks like cleansing social media feeds of disturbing content or labeling data for AI. The global north, joined by China, is also depleting their natural resources, while the south suffers from environmental externalities imposed on the bottom of the global supply chain. This ecologically unequal exchange disproportionately benefits wealthy Americans whose tech executives and investors have become multi-billionaires and multi-millionaires. Even white-collar tech workers are beneficiaries with average salaries of $300,000 per year, which comprises much more than their fair and sustainable share of the planet's wealth. So from a digital degrowth perspective, we need to be clear about the facts. There is an American empire at the center of the global digital economy, yet it is no coincidence that it has been written out of the story by the leading tech scholars and journalists who are mostly from the United States. It is also no coincidence that these same intellectuals receive hundreds of thousands of dollars per year from multi-billion-dollar institutions like Harvard, Yale, Microsoft, Google, and the rich foundations. The notion of an American empire is either completely absent from their publications or reduced to a paragraph in a book as if it is insignificant. And I say this as somebody who was at the Yale Law School as a visiting fellow for 8 years. Over the past few years, intellectuals and policymakers have turned attention to the intersection between digital technology and the environment, with a specific focus on energy consumption, carbon emissions, water consumption, and to a lesser degree, pollution to local habitats. While this is certainly an issue, the story told is very misleading. Reading the popular press, non-governmental agencies, and leading scholars, you would think that artificial intelligence is now a major cause of climate change and water depletion. Yet the facts tell a different story. As I put it in a book chapter, Digital Degrowth as Decolonization, I provided some calculations. AI uses about 20% of data center capacity. Thus, data centers may contribute as little as 2.5% of greenhouse gas emissions within the ICT sector itself, which amounts to 0.035% of global emissions, and 4.9% of ICT sector electricity use, or about 0.2% of global electricity use. Even if scholarly findings somewhat understate ICT sector electricity use and emissions, and even if we accept the high-end projections due to the present AI/data center boom, global emissions and electricity use from data centers and AI are tiny by comparison to fossil fuels, accounting for about 68% of global greenhouse emissions in the food system, which is about 1/3. Energy and water consumption by data centers creates a very small environmental footprint on a global scale, and the impacts are more acute at the local or, in a few cases, national level. The popular conversation about AI and the environment misses the forest for the trees. The central contribution of the digital sector to environmental destruction is not the direct environmental footprints of AI and data centers, which is really actually tiny on a global scale, or even the ICT sector as a whole. Rather, it is the elite accumulation, ecologically unequal exchange, digitalization of capitalism, and strengthening of the American empire at the core that precludes a just degrowth transition. This point is central to understanding tech politics, yet has been missed by pretty much all the literature on the relationship between digital economy and the environment, as I illustrated in the book. Because the United States owns and controls the core pillars of the digital economy, it is able to extract and shape the flow of information, dominate the online space, and bargain countries into submission, as we see presently with Donald Trump. Beyond the economic domain, it also integrates advanced digital technologies such as AI into its global military force of maybe 800 bases on foreign soil, which not only contributes to global heating and biodiversity loss, but is used to maintain its dominance over the global economy. So what can we do about this? I think for starters, we need to reframe the conversation and engage with the idea that there are limits to material resource use and what the ramifications are, however uncomfortable that may be. I think we should be opposing the United States as a central culprit at the core, but not to the exclusion of harms carried out by others, such as China's exploitation of African miners for cobalt in the Congo, and Silicon Valley-style knockoffs trying to strike it rich for elite accumulation within countries across the world. Given the small window left to avert environmental catastrophe, we need a rapid transformation of our way of life to produce what we all know should have been done a long time ago: create full equality with each other in harmony with nature. Systemic transformation requires systemic planning. I've proposed in the tech domain a digital tech deal that accounts for degrowth. It's just one idea or a set of ideas from one person for a problem that's going to take millions and billions of people to think about. There isn't much time to discuss the details, but this would be about essentially democratizing all aspects of life in the economy. If that sounds like the unrealistic fantasy of people who yearn for a planet of equals, it's even more unrealistic to think that we can keep the status quo of domination, exploitation, inequality, and growth going without destroying our one and only planet. We need to institutionalize sharing and harmony instead of elite accumulation and exploitation, full stop. So in short, we are living in a new era that requires drastic change. It's time to talk honestly about the severity of the crisis we face and act with a real sense of urgency. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 사실 저는
Thank you very much. I already read your paper, and reading your paper, I was really inspired and impressed by what you had to say in your paper. So I had high expectations coming to this conference, and it's a pity that I couldn't see you in person. I hope that we could meet in person sometime. Next presentation will be given by Professor Sung-Yun Lee, Professor of Department of Social Welfare, Chungang University. The title of our presentation is Precarious Work in AI Algorithms in the Digital Transformation Era.
안녕하세요. 중앙대
Good afternoon. My name is Sung-Yun Lee from Chungang University, from Department of Social Welfare. I'm going to be speaking based on my recent paper as well as a recently published book. So I have prepared my presentation in English. I would like to ask for your understanding.
My presentation will focus on the labor rights and social rights in the digital transformation era. And this presentation is based on my recently published book called The Varieties of Precarity. And here I focus on the changing forms of work and how this mismatch with the traditional welfare state, which includes the combination of social protection institutions and labor law, labor-related legislations, how the changing forms of work, including gig works and platform works, and the existing institutions, there's a mismatch, creating an increase of precarious workers. Now, let me zoom into the example of the South Korean welfare state. South Korean welfare state achieved a compressed welfare state development in about 30 years with the introduction of Social Security law in 1960s. So often we say Korea as a small welfare state because of the expenditure. However, if we look at the introduction of the series of welfare institutions, not only related to social protection, but labor law, labor union law, and so on, Korea actually has been catching up quite fast compared to most of the European countries, which took about 100 years. Korea introduced a full series of social security and legislation around social rights and labor rights within 30 years, starting from national pension, basic pension, universal childcare, employment insurance, and long-term care family policies, and so on. So we may call this an advanced welfare state. However, if we look at this rapid development in welfare institutions and legislation, it's quite odd to see the increase of precarious workers so fast. Why and how does the compressed institutional development of the welfare state fail to protect precarious workers in Korea? This is the research question, and I introduce a concept of melting labor. The melting labor concept, which I introduced in my book that I showed you in the very beginning, it's a concept to describe the dismantling of the various boundaries surrounding the traditional forms of work and workplace. And the dismantling of these boundaries are quite important related to institutions because during this compressed welfare state development period, we introduced a series of social protections and legal institutions assuming the work form as a standard employment relationship, which is the traditional forms of work and workplace. What does it mean that we have a new forms of work? It's a blurring of the boundary between the working time and the resting time, the boundaries of the employment and unemployment. If the workers are employed status or unemployed status, it's becoming more blur. The boundary between workplace, personal place, if you think about freelancers, it becomes very blur. And this will, of course, you can imagine, have a significant implication on the industrial injury compensation, for example. Also, if we think about the delivery gig workers, the workplace and the public workplace. Public place is also becoming blur. Their workplace are the roads, where we consider as a public place. The boundaries between formal work and informal work. And also, we started to see a blurring of the employer-employee relationship because of the expansion of subcontracting, outsourcing. But now, entering the platform economy, also what we call a client, who we call a client, also acts someone like an employer to the gig workers, giving rating with the stars in the algorithm system also. So this kind of changing in the forms of work, what does it result? It results in exclusion from the existing institution. For example, labor regulations, minimum income, working time regulations. It becomes very unclear When is my working time? What is my minimum income? How to calculate this? Also, because you're not a worker, you're gig worker or self-employed, you're excluded from the social protection system, which is built around the standard employment relationship. Weakening of the bargaining power also, all these creating a rising precarity. So I conceptualize it in a much more macro extended time period, how during the industrial economy, the standard employment relationship was considered as a norm. Now, already entering the service economy, we started to see outsourcing, franchising, subcontracting. This expanded to making who my employer is really. Already, this boundary became quite blurred also. Now in the digital economy, more and more, all the boundaries surrounded the traditional employment type is becoming more blurred and obscured. So this now, we entered in the platform capitalism period since the mid-2000s. The emergence of the platform capitalism has brought about new forms of work more. And let me just highlight the difference in the business model and the source of profit. In the industrial capitalism period, the traditional industrial model and the source of profit, labor, skilled workforce, was a very important component of making profit. And wage-based employment was a very common and assumed standard relationship. Now, in the platform capitalism, the AI algorithm business model is prevailing, and the source of profit is big data. And we see a hyper-fragmentation of the employment relationship. For example, the occupations are dissected into projects, micro-projects, task, and microtask. And this is one example that I captured from the Japanese application that to highlight this is not just the case in Korea. This application shows you that you can have an offline job that is just for 20 minutes and you can earn about $5. This can be dissected into 4-minute job, 5-minute jobs even. So you see a very fragmented work. And this also blurs the worker's identity, the skill of workers, and you know skill, how it is important for the worker's bargaining power as well. And income instability, as contracts are made into units of task rather than job. So this leaves a mismatch between the very well-made welfare state institution in Korea, and we see a new forms of work that does not fit into the institutions that we made. And what kind of implication does this have for inequality in our society is the social protection, welfare institutions, social security not only functions to protect the workers, however, it's an institution of redistribution in the society. And if the institutions is not functioning, then it means it is likely to fail the purpose of redistribution in our society. And this is an encouraging problem. To what extent are the profit derived from this new AI algorithm business model is being distributed to labor? Now, I want to briefly introduce to you some of the recent empirical study I did with my colleagues on how AI algorithm affects workers' precarity in more detail. And we focused on a Korean midnight delivery platform workers group. And this is very well known in Korea, how fast deliveries are made. You order before you go to bed, and then the next morning, you can see your ordered piece right in front of your doorstep. And this is called the even rocket delivery system, and it's expanding. So we focused on these workers, we collected data on this. And what we did was we wanted to find out how actually algorithm leads to self-exploitation. Now, let me go back to that in a moment, but let me introduce the setting more, why this is an important case to look into. Many of the case, this delivery platform workers are gig workers and considered independent contractor. That means they're autonomous. They're like freelancers, that they have free of choice, they're autonomous. However, and then also, the company itself actually promotes that whenever you want to work near your home, based on your decision, you can work as free as you can. So the labor demand is met through this employment flexibility, and firms actually turn to gig workers to meet the growing demand framed by this promised autonomy. Now, we wanted to look into, if there's so much autonomy in this workplace, why do we see a sharp increase of industrial accidents and even work-related deaths among these workers? If it's so autonomous, why do we see so much accidents? And we wanted to see why they overwork so much and see whether there's a structural mechanism and how algorithm is actually manufacturing this kind of consent. Now, we rely on the quite a famous theory from Michael Rowe. It's called the manufactured consent. So different from the Marxist approach that capitalists are exploiting workers, this theory is arguing that human managers are manufacturing the consent. Workers are autonomously working more, and it's a manufactured consent in the workplace. So, and this, they explain the different kind of management style, the gamification, incentive, how to give incentive to make workers agree to working more. And here, what I'm trying to argue is that in the digital period, with this algorithm management business model, what human managers used to do, actually, the algorithm is doing this control. However, it's much more invisible compared to the actual human managers. Now, how do we examine the self-exploitation or overwork? We examine the long working hours, excessive workload, lack of rest or recovery time, and workers working while even they're ill, and how algorithm controls are affecting these kind of overwork and self-exploitation. So on the independent variable, we're looking at how digital work autonomy is influencing or affecting the overwork, self-exploitation. And in the middle, we're looking at how algorithmic control is mediating this effect. Now, the data sample, as I mentioned, is originally collected by my study group, midnight delivery platform workers. And many of the audience here will very well know Coupang, Market Curly, one of the most prominent midnight delivery services. So here we asked about 94 questions. And particularly and deliberately, we asked questions related to algorithm control. And this is how we operationalized it. These are the exact questions that we asked, and it's related to, for example, the task allocation, work process. So is your work speed or item handling pace influenced by the device or app? Or evaluation system, for example, the rating used to allocate further work. For example, if you don't maintain a minimum score or rating, can your task be canceled or restricted by the app? This is a kind of app-based, algorithm-based control. So we asked these questions and operationalized it to see how this is going to have a mediating effect. And the dependent variables are these: working hours, long working hours, more than 52 hours a week. Are you working more than 52 hours a week? Excessive workloads, lack of rest, or working while you are ill. So what we came up was this part, let me briefly go over. First of all, with a cluster analysis, we came up with the 3 different groups of workers. And the first group, you can just consider them as most close to waged workers, so traditional employment type. The second type is like more pure self-employed workers. You have high autonomy, you also have high responsibility too. The third type, which actually when we went into detail, these are independent contractor. In Korea, we call them also special employment type. In Korea, many of them were 특수고용 노동자. And here is we show low autonomy, but still high responsibility, meaning that you need to bear some of the costs by yourself. Now, we compared with the first group, which is more highly, it has a characteristic of the waged workers, and comparing group 2 and group 3. Now, what we found out is that higher autonomy itself has an effect on reducing self-exploitation. So if you have high autonomy, then people tend to reduce self-exploitation, they self-regulate. However, due to the tendency toward greater algorithm control, there's a potential offsetting effect, meaning although there's a direct pass, indirect pass was not significantly statistically significant itself here, there's a strong positive effect of algorithm control on self-exploitation, and which may counteract the direct benefit of autonomy. Now, this third group was the most worrying group. Now, this is the group where I said independent contractors, special type employment. In Korean, we call them, many of them, 특수고용. And here, what we see is that low autonomy, this is a combination of low autonomy with high responsibility. So it led to a lot of overwork, and we could clearly see that the strong algorithm control amplified this self-exploitation, meaning that it further made workers to overwork. And you remember all the categories, subcategories of self-exploitation and overwork. So we call this a dual structure of self-exploitation. Now, findings, going very briefly, actual autonomy matters, because when we also look at the high autonomy part, we could see that people regulate themselves. However, if there's a high responsibility, then it starts to offset and people start to self-exploit. Responsibility meaning cost-bearing. So for example, gig workers, they look very autonomous. However, they also have to pay for their own oil, their mobile device, their vehicles and helmets. They bear this cost by themselves. This leads to overworking. And what we found very interesting and worrisome was this invisible algorithm control actually amplifies this overwork for these independent contractors. So implications, I want to end with 2 implications, that there needs to be a constraining employer and capital exit from the welfare state solidarity responsibility, because these workers officially have no employer. So nobody pays their social insurance contribution together. It's a new forms of work. They are overworking, exposed to vulnerability, but not protected by most of the social policies that we built on. And also, restoring the actual autonomy is very important. And last but most important is regulating algorithm control. There is a obscureness of how this algorithm is working. But workers are overworking to match the rating system, the star system, the evaluation system by the application. So we require a transparency in this algorithm decision making, and also proportionality test, meaning that if the algorithm is doing a key proportion evaluation, we need some regulation here, not just by considering that this algorithm is a neutral technology development. It's actually reinforcing workers to overwork and self-exploit, harming their health. Now, this is my last slide. We need a universal social protection as foundation of solidarity. And there are 3 ways that we can notify, 3 strategies. One, in the left sides are at the moment where Korea is leading to. At the moment, is that there's a wage workers legislation, self-employment related legislation, and we see new forms of work. So let's make a 3rd category. This is how we have been approaching this. For example, making a social insurance separate for art workers, separate for special employment type workers. However, this is not sustainable in the long run because the risk pooling effect will be limited. The one in the middle is how the EU is actually, I've seen a lot of recommendations related to this type in the middle, is actually fixing the misclassification. If we see a lot of dependency of these workers who are called self-employed but not actually self-employed, then companies actually have to include them as a wage worker and protect them in the labor law or social protection system. Now, another approach is what we're also discussing recently in Korea as well, is introducing a new concept of workers. And in Korean, we call this, this is called the new law for all working citizens or all working people in Korean, 모든 일하는 시민을 위한 법. And this is like a new kind of a law to protect all forms of work. While we still have the workers' legislations for wage workers and self-employed, this is introducing a new big boundary. The protection may be a little bit lower. However, it may be a way to cover and protect more workers. So these are the 3 strategies, and I think we have to consider all strategies systematically. Thank you very much.
예, 이승윤 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your presentation. We have time until 3:40, and until then, we can have a little general discussion session. I'm sure that many of you have had some questions about the presentation. The first question goes to Mr. Tim Engelhardt. So historic injustice is deep-rooted in our society, is something that you said. Could you please share with us some specific examples of that? And in this context, what specific human rights violations can occur? Could you please answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. Sure. Historic injustices. There are many, and of course it depends on the region you're looking at, etc. So bear with me. I'm thinking here, for example, of the heritage of slavery, which impacts societies, which impacts communities up till now. That then in turn is, for example, reflected in how, over time, policing worked, which communities are policed. That then, in turn, is reflected in the records of these arrests, of convictions, etc., which then is being fed into data sets, into AI systems, etc. Professor Lee referred to the COMPASS system in the United States, which is quite well documented as one where you have then these clear racial disparities in the outcomes. But all this you can trace back to centuries of exploitation, of discrimination, etc. So that's a particularly stark example. But you can look around in other contexts and certainly find others.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for that answer. Next question is to Professor Michael Hewitt. Are you still online? Okay, we have a question for you. Many say that, looking at the current environment, many say that they understand we need a degrowth model, but then they somewhat say it's a radical model. So how can we make a majority of people not oppose this? How can we adjust incentive to minimize opposition? Will you be able to answer this question?
Yes, thank you for the question. That's a very difficult thing to do, right? I mean, here at the University of Johannesburg, I have asked people who are senior members in the social sciences and humanities if they know what degrowth is, and they've said no. I've never heard, back at Yale Law School, I've never heard any discussion of degrowth or the limits to growth. And if you were to ask me, I think if I gave them a blank piece of paper and said, hey, write down everything you possibly can about what's going on in the environment, I might get a few paragraphs. I mean, this is within pretty elite academic parts of the world, let alone the general population. At the end of the book, I suggested that you can't fix a problem if you don't know what it is. And so I think then the answer is in part starting with education, not just in schools and universities, but also through media, in the workplace, and so on. But the problem with degrowth is if you look closely at the data, as I was saying, there really isn't a ton of resources to go around on the planet if we were to spread it equally amongst all 8 billion people, which really is a huge threat to the status quo because it would entail an unprecedented redistribution of wealth and power throughout the species, basically. And that is directly threatening to every major institution, even academic institutions. Presidents are getting several $100,000, if not more, per year. You know, the elite media, it's the same thing. If you work in a grocery store chain, etc. So it puts workers in a position where those people aren't going to voluntarily give up their dominance over the resources. And so it's a difficult situation. And also the media and the knowledge institutions in general are dominated by these top-down scenarios. So it's not something that I really understand how to fix with an easy answer, but I just know that we have to hope the instinct for survival is strong, and that if people can see the data clearly enough that they can try to spread it as quickly as possible, make it go viral, and make it an issue that we at least have to start now talking about out in the open.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for that answer. Next question goes to Professor Kwon Lee. There were most of number of questions that was directed at Professor Lee, but I'm just going to ask one. When you look at the global AI, and if we can apply Roland data, then it will be a dystopia because the inequality will be very difficult. But still, we do need a universal ethics and data. DeepSeek and Claude 5 has been developed based on political bias. And when you look at these developers, can we force a universal data set or universal data to them? That will be another form of coercion. So how can we leave it to the media to come up with, or the society to correct that? Having a regulatory agency to control this, could that be an option for way forward?
네, 발제에 대해서 관심 가져.
Thank you very much for your interest in my presentation. When I wrote this paper, what I felt was, I was still going around and round, and I just came to the conclusion that we need this discourse, we need this discussion. So I ended this paper without an answer or conclusion in mind. When developing AI technology, it will be very difficult and impossible to ask for equality for all the findings by AI, for all AI technologies. For instance, facial recognition. When you compare the success rate of facial recognition, the facial recognition success rate was almost 100% for white Caucasian male, and there was over 35% of error rate for Black population. Then should the learning data be 50-50? So we believe that the data for learning should be equal to 50-50. As Professor Engelhardt mentioned, or as Officer Engelhardt mentioned, there has been historical discrimination against race, women, gender, and ethnicity. That's something that we haven't overcome to date. I study and research on fundamental rights, but one of the things that we were not able to overcome was this right around equality. We're still discussing that, and something that we have to continue to discuss on. So we haven't found a solution yet. So it will be very undesirable to ask for equality on an arithmetic basis. Naver is one example. Naver is a portal here in Korea, and they're criticized for listing more of a conservative news articles. Or if liberal articles is 70% or conservative article is 30% or vice versa, and if there is this discrepancy, based on that discrepancy ratio, should we fine-tune the news so to make it 50-50? Should we achieve that statistical average of 50-50 to list that on the opening page of the portal screen? So that discussion is something that we're not ready to have, I think, because the answer may be different based on your political identity. But when and if that happens, our decision could be distorted, and our judgment could be distorted based on AI. So it's a very challenging and difficult question to tackle. So we don't want to be biased and discriminated from people. And if we're discriminated again by a machine, then we will feel not just offended, but it's also an issue of human dignity. We also need to therefore surface and follow the invisible discrimination that exists in our society. But now, in hindsight, I'm afraid that I have made somewhat ideal presentation, which is too idealistic. Of course, self-regulation would be, I think, better because nation cannot or should not control all technology. It would be very difficult to control AI and AI technology. And we could do self-regulation, and we could also penalize those technology if they fail to comply. So on the onset, I believe that self-regulation would be better. We need to take more interest from the government side and the civil society side and research institutional side to really monitor and follow this issue going forward. So I just answered this in a long manner because our moderator had to leave for a short while. Well, thank you.
제가 화장실 가놓을 때까지
Yes, I asked him to spend as much as time as we want while I am away. Well, there's no more questions from the floor, but I have a question for Professor Dad. Dr. Dad, you talked about the harms of AI, and you also talked about the digital gap, especially among the minority population, including Korea. And I fully agree with what you had to say. When you talk about digital literacy, a lot of cost and lack of efficiency are some of the issues that appear. So in order to improve the capacity for digital literacy, what should be the role of human rights organizations and what should be the role of the state? So I'm sure that this is also a very difficult question for you to answer, but could you please give us your answer?
Thank you so much. It's really not a difficult question because this question has been raised at several occasions, and as an organization working for so long in this space, we have recommended several times to the member states, to different multi-stakeholders in this ecosystem that until or unless there is political will to actually spend resources to bridge this digital divide. And one of the main solutions among these bridges is basically digital literacy. If there are no resources, you cannot really. Of course, cost is massive when it comes to most populated countries. But what we have seen is that instead of structurally addressing the issue around digital literacy, there are very performative actions by the powerful actors and those who have resources. And it seems like that with little resources, they are trying to mend, the issue that needs, the structural sort of solution. And no actor alone can do this. And that's why it's so important that civil society organizations who have been working in this space, member states, UN agencies, academics, we all need to really work together because one actor cannot alone address this issue, but we need resources for that, especially in developing countries in global majority. Merely announcing many initiatives really do not translate into action. And I think many a times the focus of the governments are to make more laws and regulations and policies, but when it comes to do real action and put the resources where the actual issue is, that's where we don't see a lot of action. And I guess that's where countries like South Korea, I have seen in recent years, have stepped up, not only stepping up in it to sort of progressing its own ecosystem, but also helping other global south countries as well, and also to address the space of tech facilitated gender-based violence, because digital literacy is not one solution alone that can address all the issues that I have mentioned. I think it's just, like the different approaches, and it's the same thread that goes to one root cause. And member states really need to step up, like South Korea, to lead this space, to champion it, and to basically disseminate resources to the countries where the resources are not enough, but also to support civil society organizations, because without the rights framework, I don't think that we can address everything that we have mentioned in this session. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 예, 이른 시간에
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving us a very clear answer. We have also received some questions for Professor Lee. I would just pick two questions. The first question is AI going to help improve working conditions? And the second question is about the algorithmic insecurity. And another question is that you said that there should be a third space for platform workers and gig workers. And to do that, we need legislation through the National Assembly. But the Korean politics is extremely polarized. How can we strike a balance between the opposition and ruling parties in order to induce agreement on this issue?
예, 부탁드립니다.
Thank you for such a great question. To answer the second question first, in my last slide, I showed you 3 strategies. So these are protecting new type of laborers, and we need 3 strategies to improve our legislative process. And among that was to bundle new type of labor as a third group. In Korea, we have a special laborer grouping. So those gig workers are classified as a new type of laborer to provide moderate level of welfare. And here in Korea, we need administrative legislation in order to increase the list of labor type. And relatively speaking, we were able to add new type of workers onto that list quickly and efficiently. That's why whenever there's a new type of laborers, we were able to just add them up in the list. So creating this third space could be done through presidential decree by developing administrative order. So rather than going through the National Assembly's legislation process, it is a rather or relatively quick process. But as I have mentioned, in this case, there is an issue of reallocation issue, and redistribution of risk in the society is quite limited for this option. So in order to solve our issues, we were just adding this new vocation or new worker type, but then we do need a broader labor protection. So that's something that we need to do hand in hand in parallel. To answer your first question, is AI benefiting laborers or workers, or was that negative? I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
AI 근로조건을 개선하
The first question is, will AI contribute in improving the working condition, or will it increase algorithm-based uncertainty? Thank you for clarifying that question. Well, AI definitely could benefit workers. Because when you look at current labor market, there were some people who found it harder to enter labor market. So there is a definitely new opportunity for those people who were excluded from the labor market. And this was possible and enabled by digital technology. But then when invisibly controlling workers through algorithm was there. So there is this technology, algorithm. But then is this gig worker like the existing self-employer in the market? No, these gig or new gig workers face new uncertainties. Platform deliverers or platform workers or gig workers coming from new AI background, if they experience disasters or accident, they do not have protection, because there is this discourse in the society that there was autonomy for this worker to choose to do that work, because there's no visible employer in the market. And it appears on the surface that AI is neutral. But then even if that's the case, when you look at their working environment, they rely heavily on AI control or algorithm control. And when and if that happens, the AI developers or company that is basing their business model using AI should have some kind of new accountability. They should be held accountable. So even if this gig worker seems like they don't have any employer that they're working for, we need a new institution in place to see that they have to have some protection.
이권일 교수님,
Thank you very much, Professor Lee Kuan-yeol, Mr. Tim Engelhardt, Ms. Naget Dad, Professor Michael Kiewit, and last but not least, Professor Seung-Yun Lee. Thank you very much for your presentations.
이상으로
With that, we would like to conclude session 2. Thank you.
네, 이것으로 두 번째 세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
With that, we conclude our second session. We would like to thank our chair and 5 presenters for their valuable time. Thank you. Well, we have concluded our second session. We will now go into a break. Thank you for staying with us until the end of second session. And through AI, AI poses some risk, but also through platform capitalism, we have seen AI business opportunities that rise in the society. Once again, thank you for that discussion. We will have a short break, and we will begin our last session from 4 o'clock. Well, we'll meet you back at 4. So we will reconvene at 4. Thank you.
네, 이렇게
Well, we would like to thank you for staying until the second session. We were able to get very insightful presentation, and from now on we will start our third session titled Responding to Human Rights Challenges in the Digital Age. We will have 3 presentations followed by a Q&A session. If you have any question during the presentations, please do not hesitate to write down your question on the post-it in front of you. For those of you joining online, please use the chat screen or chat box to write your questions. We will be happy to accommodate your questions during our Q&A session. With that, we would like to begin our last session. Let us invite our chair for our last session. For the last session, we have Director An Sung-ryul, Director General of Policy Bureau of the Human Rights Committee of Korea. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 그럼
With that, we will now begin our presentation as well as our Q&A session. Good afternoon. I'm the moderator for this session. My name is Sung-ryul An, Director General of Policy Bureau at National Human Rights Committee. We started this session since at 3:30, and we went through the keynote speech as well as the first session, and we passed through the second session. And time flies because we are now approaching our last session. I would like to thank everyone for joining us until the very end of the program. In this session, we'll be talking about technology development, and we'll be discussing on how we're going to respond to human rights challenges in the digital age. In the era of sustainability, we also want to look at the FPA, the impact assessment, and also think about how we can enhance the capabilities of human rights organizations. Before we start, I would like to briefly introduce our presenters. First of all, we have with us Executive Director Yeogyung Chang from Institute for Digital Rights. And we have from Myungji University, we have Professor Seung-ik Yoo. And last but not least, she has traveled far from Belgium. We have with us Chair of the Working Group on AI with ENHRI. We have Ms. Rele Rokins. Please welcome her with a big hand. With that, we would like to begin our third session. Please, Executive Director Yeogyung Chang will be speaking under the topic of AI human rights governance. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. How we're going to take human rights approach to AI. So that was the question that I'm going to talk about today. I learned a lot actually from the previous sessions. The challenges that we face today is the fact that big tech companies hold the controlling power of AI technology. Not even the states, not even the NREs and other institutions, not even the human rights organizations dare to have their hands on AI technology. I think that we are being threatened or feel inferior to big tech companies, but I think that we should muster up some courage and should face big tech companies in terms of AI technology. We have tried out many different approaches, and we are advancing the notion of digital rights. In Korea, from a long time ago, digital rights have been defined as part of the civil rights. In the initial stage, with the emergence of the internet, the key issue was to define the rights holders, the holders of the rights to the access to the internet. So we had a very bottom-up approach, the freedom of speech for internet users, privacy for internet users, and data protection for internet users. So these were the issues that we tackled in the initial era of the digital age. And in that process, we defined and named holders of digital rights. And in today's world, the rights holder, the scope of the rights holder is being expanded from the very narrow scope of internet users to the general public. Especially the role of National Human Rights Commission of Korea was very important. Digital rights was a notion that was very new even to academia, but even from those early days, the National Human Rights Commission played a very important role in bringing digital rights into the spotlight. And today, when there is a discussion about the constitutional amendment, there is a demand for the institutionalization of the concept of digital rights. So it used to be the internet users who were asking for this right to digital information, and now we're facing an era where the general public or ordinary citizens demand this right as their own. AI and human rights have been covered extensively in many literature. And one of the most significant of such papers is a report written by Professor ALSTON. In that report, Professor ALSTON identified three important issues. And especially he focused on the reason why AI incurs negative impact on humanity. First reason was that AI reads patterns. And this pattern comes from the general population. And this pattern recognition is used in the process of AI's decision making, and that's having an impact on the lives of individuals. And the problem is that this decision-making process is very opaque, so it's difficult for individuals to seek remedy to the human rights violations, if there's any. And I think these points that were raised by Professor ALSTON also applies to Korean society. In order to resolve this problem, we need human rights-based approach to AI. And what should AI rights-based approach to AI look like? We should work on that to find the answer. The ethics-based approach was the first approach to AI technology. I think that AI ethics-based approach is something that we could use. The transparency, accountability, and fairness can be protected through the ethics-based approach to technology. So it's not a bad option. In Korea as well, big techs and the government have been leading the discourse on ethics-based approach. But the problem with the ethics-based approach is that it emphasizes voluntary compliance. I think the voluntary compliance is the biggest difference between ethics-based approach and human rights-based approach. The Ministry of Science and ICT is the competent authority of the AI policy in Korea, and their focus is being placed on ethics-based approach, which emphasizes voluntary compliance. But international community has been critical of ethics-based approach because it only focuses on voluntary compliance. So there is, I think, a tendency within the Korean society that businesses, companies are trying to avoid any legal mandate that requires them to integrate human rights perspectives into their operation. And if one finds their rights been violated, there have been some resistance. There was this particular case in the United States in which teachers were appraised by the AI system. So basically, teachers were rated according to their performance level. And again, this performance evaluation was being done by the AI system. And some teachers had to be laid off because they got lower score from the AI system. And the competent authorities who adopted the AI system for teacher evaluation said that they had no idea as to the mechanism, the workings of the AI system. So some teachers filed a lawsuit against the Board of Education in the United States, and some of them won. So unexplainable AI, when it is used, then the ruling said it would be illegal. This is one good example where rights holders sought remedy for their rights to protect their own rights. Human rights-based approach to AI is therefore needs to be firmly established. And there are some standards that have been proposed by the UN, especially, for example, in 2018, the Special Rapporteur on the freedom of expression it was noted that AI's transparency and accountability needs to be ensured in order to prevent any exclusion from the AI decision-making. And in 2020, the UN's Secretary General said that humans must be treated as the holders of rights and they need to be empowered. And the legal and institutional environment to enforce their rights must be promoted. And also, the issue of seeking remedy was mentioned as an important part in human rights-based approach. Then what aspects of human rights are affected by AI? There are some international normative frameworks. In Korea, the Human Rights Commission of Korea in 2020, they worked with the private sector and developed a human rights guideline as to the development and utilization of artificial intelligence. It includes a few principles. And I think that some of these principles resemble the principles that were included in the European the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence in Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law, which was announced last year by the Council of Europe. So the dignity, the human dignity and transparency, supervision, accountability, equality, prohibition of discrimination, and protection of privacy, I think these are being identified as important elements of human rights-based approach to AI. And it seems like there are some, maybe two common categories here, which is that under the human rights law, there are a certain obligations that should be fulfilled by the state and businesses, which include protecting, respecting, and remedying the rights of the general, of the ordinary citizens. And the other pillar, or the other group, is the realization or ensuring of transparency and accountability of AI. For example, AIs must be explainable, and the decisions or the affected persons should be able to contest the decisions made by AI systems. So some normative framework that governs transparency and accountability of AI systems is also a very important element that is coming to the picture of a human rights-based approach to AI. So based on the human rights approach to AI, there are some urgent issues to be tackled. When you're asked, are you using AI technology? Most of the time, we're talking about AI chatbots, but increasingly, major decisions to be made by the state and the government are increasingly being made based on the output of AI systems. I have recently worked with call center workers, and they say that one day, suddenly, the company adopted an AI call center system, but they were not informed of the workings of the AI system, and they were not consulted about the introduction of the AI systems. AI system was just imposed upon them, and they were in the dark as to what kind of implications or consequences the AI systems would bring to them. So they were very worried and concerned about the introduction of the AI systems. In the public sector, fully automated decision-making can be done by the artificial intelligence systems. And this is already being allowed under the current legislation. So in here, it's important that we identify who is the holders of the rights. Maybe the first holder of rights would be businesses, and secondly, we could think about the state and the government and researchers. And we think that these actors are the main types of rights holders. However, there is less discussion about the actual people who are affected by AI technology. Korea's Artificial Intelligence Act contains a definition for affected persons, and this act is going to go into effect next year. However, this definition is not very detailed, but it's a good thing that we included the definition, the basic definition of affected persons in Korea's Artificial Intelligence Act. I think we are lacking in two aspects in artificial intelligence governance. First is that affected persons do not have any channel to make their voices heard as to the validity or the AI systems. So lack of engagement of affected persons in the introduction of AI systems is something that we need to guarantee, and affected persons should be guaranteed the right to provide input as to the adoption of AI systems. And if you think about the workplace situation, for example, I mentioned the call center example, the fundamental human rights impact assessment must ensure the participation of the relevant stakeholders, including affected workers. And the second part is remedy. There's no firm structure allowing individuals to seek remedy. Let's say you get an accident because of the self-driving car, which there was a real incidence of self-driving car accident in Songdo here in Korea. However, it's very difficult for the victim to hold someone or something accountable for the accident. It's very hard to pinpoint the origin or the cause of the accident when it comes to the AI system, which was used to operate the self-driving car. It's not just difficult for the victim or the individual who suffered the accident, but also it's difficult for the government or the investigators to get hold of the documents or data that were used to train or develop AI technology. And especially the victims, it's hard for them to file a complaint about their damages, and there's no channel for them to seek compensation for the damages that they suffered from AI systems. So we need legislation that clearly defines the rights of the affected persons, and we need to establish governance to provide remedy to the victims. And in doing that, the role of human rights organizations is very important. So this is my own idea about future AI governance. So at the center, we have rights holder. The Ministry of Science and Technology is the competent authority of Artificial Intelligence Act, and the policy coordination is being done by another governmental body. And in these organizations, in the operation of these organizations, rights holders should be given an opportunity to participate under this AI governance. And when there is a victim, if you suffers some damage, and if your personal data is violated, if you are discriminated against, there should be clear structure or mechanism for the victims to seek remedy for their damages. Thank you very much.
Yes, 장혜경 이사님 발.
Ms. Yegang Chang, thank you for that presentation. She talked about the development of AI and its impact or its negative impact on human rights and how to solve that issue. And when discussing the solution, she mentioned about important factors in creating AI governance structure. the engagement of people who are impacted, and we also need to have a robust remedy process in place. Thank you for that presentation. We'll move on to the next presenter. I invite Professor Seung-ik Yoo for the second presentation. Good afternoon. I'm going to be talking mostly about AI human rights impact assessment this afternoon, mostly. When it comes to HRIA in Korea, we're still at a very early stage. And when you look at government organization or private sector organization, the tools regarding AI human rights impact assessment is currently being developed as we speak. But then the National Human Rights Committee has taken interest in HRIA for AI from a very early on. In 2022, committee started its research, and I myself was part of that research. And I was able to work hand in hand with many researchers to develop this assessment tool. It's been 3 years since we've worked on that research, and during that time, we've had some active discussion around AI Basic Act in Korea, and this act was actually enacted and passed. So although it's unstable, we had some clause stated in the AI Basic Act. Today, I'm going to be talking about human rights impact assessment, especially the option that we have studied and researched at Human Rights Committee of Korea. So I'm going to be talking about human rights impact assessment that we have reviewed. Regarding HRIA, Ms. Chang already covered extensively on this topic. One thing to note is, of course, UNGP's Protect, Respect, and Remedy framework. And among that, HRDD, or the requirement to conduct HRDD, was mentioned. And one of the tools for HRDD was the human rights impact assessment tool. That's something for us to notice. When you look at the HR system itself and its impact on human rights, we've seen many reports being released around the world, and there has been some warnings around it. And there has been some warning around life cycle of the design, that we need some due diligence throughout a life cycle of the design. And also, we believe that there has been some alignment on the need of doing human rights due diligence. Of course, HRIA is not limited to AI alone. There could be many different projects and policy-making process. And this tool is to assess various human rights impact of various activities, whether it's positive impact or negative impact. The process for human rights impact assessment is something that I'm going to look into in later pages, but there has been a good alignment and consensus around it. However, the problem is what we're assessing for is human rights. And if there is positive impact on human rights, then whether it's private sector or public sector, then people will not be sensitive about that impact. But if there is a negative impact on their service, their business, and their product, and if such products and services have negative impact on human rights, then government will raise issues. And for private sectors, of course, it will impact their day-to-day business. And because of that, although this is non-binding regulation or self-regulation, then companies will be reluctant to carry out HRIA. So it will be very difficult to rely on self-assessment. So that's something that we can withdraw from the concept of HRIA. Human Rights Impact Assessment recommendation was done by the National Human Rights Committee as well. Commission as well. So on top of fundamental rights, you can see that this recommendation was more granular in terms of the Commission's recommendation. For public institutions and private sector, we have to carry out HRIA from development stage to launch phase, and even after launch. And whenever there is changes in the product and services, we will need to carry out HRIA. You can see that the recommendation is around a very comprehensive implementation of HRIA. In Korea, there has been many domestic AI evaluation tools being developed, and this activity has been carried out even recently. One of the representative case would be the one by the Personal Information Protection Commission. They have released self-checklist for AI, personal information protection, and recently Ministry of Science and ICT has released a trustworthy toolkit for AI assessment. So they have released trustable AI development guides as well. Then, do we need AI human rights impact assessment? Is it really necessary? There has been somewhat a negative view on HRIA, and they're raising fundamental questions around it. But what is critical here is the AI system itself has its own transparency, and that's something that people have been researching on. The current AI development is often called and referred to as a big black box. So there is this lack of transparency coming from the technology alone. And AI's impact on human life and its negative or adverse impact on human life is something that we have considered. And care and remedy is something that we cannot offer once the damage takes place, and that is something that should be taken into consideration. And the reason why HRIA is needed, the AI system itself, compared to other technology and science, AI could have a severe impact on human, not just physically, but also mentally, compared to other technology. And this will impact the human mental civilization as well. That's why we need AI, human rights impact assessment. In terms of institution, in Korea, we have carried out various impact assessment. There has been technology impact assessment, as well as personal information impact assessment. So these measures are in place, but they're not specialized for AI. But they're subject of assessment and timing of the assessment, and assessor is defined, but that needs to be improved. That's why we need improved version for AI. And when you look at international trend, there is a trend toward mandating AI-related impact assessment tool. When you look at other countries, there has been many different impact assessment tool that is used. And this was already mentioned throughout today's presentation, so I will be very brief on this topic. This was one of the best practice toolkit that we benchmarked within our commission as a impact assessment tool. although this was an early version, but we looked into the list of reliable AI assessment, and it offers it proposes to conduct fundamental rights impact assessment. That's from European Commission. And from Canada, Canadian algorithmic impact assessment was unique in that it offered list of things that we have to review, and it was quite intuitive. And on a real-time basis, you will be able to check your score. And this was a risk-based approach. And if the risk level is high, there will be higher requirements. That was a unique assessment. As for UK, in this impact assessment, what was unique was that human rights impact assessment could be developed in a very special or a very specific area. This was an impact assessment for medical images. And we were able to learn that impact assessment could be devised in a very professional area as well. As for the US, I don't know whether or not this assessment can continue under the Trump administration, but from ONB, it proposed an AI impact assessment for government organizations. So I was able to learn that there were mandated AI impact assessment for government agencies. As for Council of Europe, it was not just about human rights, but also democracy as well as rule of law. So I was able to learn that there was impact assessment for human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And this was coming from EU, but then there was a focus on geopolitical, social, and economic context. HRIA focus area was mentioned like this, and this view was shown on this impact assessment toolkit. Especially when it comes to AI, it goes on to say that we should consider underlying AI systems. Of course, not all assessment tool, all assessment tools focused on stakeholder engagement. That was the commonality that we found across different impact assessment tools. And one thing that we really looked into and that we were able to benchmark is Denmark's HRIA. On the left side, you can see that this is standardized. You can see a very well-defined assessment process or assessment steps. For other assessment tools, it was based on risk. So it was a risk-based impact assessment, not human right-based. Of course, risk is closely tied to human rights, but then the focus was on risk. But when you look at the Denmark case, when it comes to, although this was AI impact assessment, it focused on human rights. And that was very unique and interesting. And this was somewhat a standard procedure that was mentioned. As you can see, it looks into the impact of AI on human rights. When they came up with these tools, when we develop tools, somewhat it's ambiguous and there could be some ambiguity. We have a lot of legal grounds and tools for looking into legal side of it. But when you apply this to society, businesses, and government, we need somewhat universal tools. But then Denmark case gave us good indicators. As you can see, among evaluation indicators. It talks about its scope of human rights and also size of it. And they also look at whether the damage could be recovered or repaired. So this is something that we benchmarked extensively for our assessment tool. And there was also the mention of 10 key elements. This is Netherlands Fundamental Rights Algorithmic Impact Assessment. This was mentioned in other session as well. And here, when we're developing and introducing AI system, it also lists questions about human rights issue to be discussed and addressed. So there were questions to be answered for this impact assessment. As I have mentioned, in National Human Rights Commissions of Korea, human rights impact assessment tool was developed. And when government and business and other agencies develop HRIA, this is something that they can refer to. And a human rights-based approach is something that we would like to see. This is an overview of the AI Human Rights Impact Assessment tool. This should be adopted and introduced by public organization. That's our evaluation target. And also this is for companies developing high-risk AI. On when to evaluate, this should be conducted at the planning stage before development stage. And even after development, there should be a follow-up to manage the impact. On who to conduct, it could be done by internal organization, or it could be carried out by a third-party organization. That was the recommendation. When it comes to overall process, it's composed of 4 stages: planning and preparation phase, and analysis and assessment phase, and improvement and remedy phase, and also disclosure and review phase. So this is 4-stage process. When it comes to organizing assessment questions, we have different questions for different stages. For those 4 stages, it will be multiple questions, and it's composed of checklist questions. So these are mostly multiple choices, and there will be limitations for having this kind of checklist, but we believe that we'll be able to achieve somewhat objective result. So there are benefits of using checklist. That was our basic list, but if there are further explanation needed, we could also have people write answers for describing their answers. And when you look at different steps, in planning and preparations phase, they will carry out human rights impact assessment plan development and carry out preliminary research. In the second step, there will be analysis and evaluation. This is further divided into 2 things. One is around analysis on AI technology itself, personal information protection, data management. So these questions are around the technology side. In the second part, we also have questions around human rights impact and its severity. This is not a multiple choice answers. They have to write down their answers as sentences and in description. And we have also defined some severity level for human rights impact. In the last step, third step and 4th step, we look at remediation and redress, and in the last step, we look at the findings, disclosure, and also reassessment of the result. In Korea, we have enacted AI Basic Act. When you look at other countries or other regions like EU, you're seeing, I mean, we wanted to include a clause to mandate impact assessment like EU, but we have this somewhat ambiguous clause saying that we have to make effort to assess the impact on the fundamental rights of people. So make effort is somewhat ambiguous, so we have some more things to do. This is voluntary regulation at the moment, but at least we can start with public organizations or public agencies and carry out HRIA as a mandatory assessment. We would like to see that, and with that I close my presentation. Thank you.
네, 유 교수님
Professor Lee, thank you very much for that presentation. Professor, you talked about HRIA and introduced what this is and talked about the necessity of AI HRIA and also mentioned about overseas cases in EU, Canada, Denmark, and other markets. And in closing, he talked about HRIA tool that was researched by National Human Rights Commission.
발표의 마지막
The last but not least, we will invite Ms. Nelly Rokens, Chair of the Working Group on AI, ENNHRI, for her presentation. Please welcome her.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the three co-organizers for inviting Henry to participate to this important conference. Small reminder, NHRI, Henry, is a European network of national human rights institutions and consists of nearly 50 independent public institutions across Europe. And today I will share some of our best practices in addressing the impact of new technologies on human rights. And I will do so by starting with a hypothetical case illustrating that human rights harms can occur at different levels. Think of a facial recognition system that is being deployed in Brussels, and a person of South Korean ethnicity is wrongfully identified and arrested by the police. This individual would suffer individual harm, and one of the reasons this person might have been misidentified could be that the data set on which the facial recognition technology was trained was insufficiently representative. This means that not only this individual person risks to be misidentified, but all people from South Korean ethnicity risk to be misidentified by the system. This level is the collective level of harm that can occur. And thirdly, we all have an interest of living in a society where states treat individuals equally and do not discriminate, and this level represents the societal harm that might occur. If we have a look at the impact that the use of AI on democracy has and the delegation of public functions to private actors via third-party AI providers, this is also a kind of harm that can be qualified under this societal level harm. Earlier speakers conveyed the urgency and the main challenges to address in the context of new technologies and human rights. And indeed, the first scandals date back 10 years ago. So you might ask yourself, why aren't we more advanced in effectively protecting against these harms? And one of the reasons is a knowledge gap. Simply put, people do not know when AI is being used, and even if they know AI is being used, they do not know how it operates. Consequently, it's not only difficult to be aware of the harm, but even if you're aware of the harm, it's difficult to demonstrate it and to establish a causal link which is necessary to demonstrate a human rights infringement. And this information asymmetry or knowledge gap can be defined as the significant imbalance between understanding of access to and the control of data and information between the different parties involved. And these challenges are further exacerbated by a power asymmetry. Looking for redress when human rights are violated can be very costly and time-consuming, as explained by previous speakers, and the lack of clear liability regimes in the context of AI and the cross-border deployment of AI systems only makes it more difficult. This threshold system means that the individual harm may be perceived as insignificant or in any case too small in proportion to the costs that would be involved when you try to address it. Imagine that you feel that based on personalized advertising, you are being shown more and more extreme right political content. Would you have the required expertise, knowledge, financial resources to address this? Currently, in our opinion, the right to an effective remedy in the context of new technologies is often more a hypothetical right to one. And this brings us to the role of NHRIs. NHRIs are particularly well placed to address the negative human rights impact of new technologies because of their institutional authority and their broad mandate. And during a big capacity event in 2023, it became clear that all of our 50 members are at very different levels of engagement with the topic. This is on the one hand because it's an emergent issue, and on the other hand, the complexity and the technicity of the complex. But what was common ground? All NHRIs expressed the need for more resources, including financial resources, and the need of cooperation and capacity building. So as a network, we have been working quite intensively on the topic. Since 2022, AI is a transversal thematic priority for ENRI, and in the same year, a working group was established. Since then, we have been supporting our members by developing specialized expertise and capacity training via diverse programs, and this year, we even launched our own online AI resource tool. ENRI is also firmly committed to shaping human rights-based AI governance, and we have been doing so by supporting our members at national level as well as representing them at regional fora. So if we have a look at this regional fora, we have been talking a lot about the fact that human rights are still applicable in the context of this new in the context of new technology. We also know by now that the existing toolbox is not fit to address the specific characteristics of the technology, such as the opacity, the lack of transparency, and so forth. So there was a broad consensus for new regulation. Last year, after a multi-year negotiation process, there were two new instruments adopted within weeks from each other. One was an instrument by the European Union. This is mainly aimed at regulating the internal market, but it also incorporates protecting fundamental rights. Whereas on the other hand, you have the Framework Convention on AI, Rule of Law, Democracy and Human Rights from the Council of Europe that was negotiated and adopted in the same year. It's important to highlight that it's meant to be a global binding human rights treaty, and at the negotiation table were the United States, Canada, Japan, Mexico, Israel, Australia, and so forth. They both integrate a risk-based approach, and they both highlight the role of NHRIs in oversight. The EU AI Act is 150 pages plus annexes. The convention is only 12 pages and is very high level. So ENRI has been participating in the negotiations of both of these instruments, and if you're interested in learning a little bit more on what, in our opinion, is key for effective human rights protection and what are our main concerns, I invite you to read our public statements. And now that we have set the context quite elaborately, we can delve into three guiding questions that we will address during this presentation. So, first of all, how can NHRIs monitor, address, and respond to human rights issues arising from new technologies? By no means, this overview is meant to be exhaustive, but in our opinion, it's an excellent starting point. The first pillar, acknowledge that the matter is technical and complex, and ensure you and other relevant actors have the relevant expertise. Second pillar, technology-related human rights harm are part of the existing mandate of NHRIs, and integrating and addressing these harms transversally in the core mandate of NHRIs is key. This also includes addressing budgetary constraints. We will focus a little bit more on the third pillar. Third pillar concerns engaging in anticipatory monitoring and preventing human rights harm. How can you do this? You can do this first and foremost by mapping the use of AI systems, highlighting especially the impacts towards vulnerable and marginalized groups. Secondly, ensure that fundamental rights or human rights impact assessments are widely used and in a meaningful manner. At ENRI, we developed recommendations to ensure that human rights impact assessment or fundamental rights impact assessments are not a mere tick-the-box exercise, but actually a meaningful tool for preventing human rights harms. And one of our members even developed its own human rights impact assessment. And it might be my limited South Korean language skills that impeded me to understand properly, but I think this is the example Dr. Yo was referring to in his presentation. So this is actually the member of our network that developed this toolbox that has been inspiring the development of assessment methodologies globally. So if we have a look at the third point in the third pillar, this is rather technical, I warn you. I fully realize I'm the last speaker of this day, but it's an important point. So previous speakers have explained that in AI legislation, a risk classification methodology is ingrained. For example, in the EU AI Act, you have the prohibited practices. This is a list of prohibited practices, and there are cumulative conditions before you are a prohibited practice. For example, social scoring. There are also high-risk AI use systems. This is similarly as the South Korean legislation, the Council of Europe, etc. For this high risk, for the sake of this argument, I will use algorithmic management in the workplace. So if you're classified in this in a risk category, certain parts of the AI legislation will apply to you, such as record keeping, human oversight, meaningful transparency, and so on. It is very important to underline that these risk categories are the result of a political compromise at a given moment in a certain culture and tradition, and do not necessarily reflect the actual risks to human rights. Moreover, in the context of the EU AI Act, I don't know how it is in the South Korean legislation, but possibly there are similar loopholes. At the very last moment, an additional filter was integrated. This filter enables providers of AI systems to self-assess whether or not an AI system is a high-risk system. So, put simply, a provider of an algorithmic management system in the workplace could say, but hey, our algorithmic management system is not actually a high-risk system, thus evading the applicability of the legislation, not being subjected to the human oversight requirements, transparency requirements, the record-keeping requirements. And this loophole and other loopholes, similar loopholes in AI regulations, and also the fact that the risk classification reflects the political compromise at a certain moment, this has been pointed out by many experts that it will give rise to de-risking strategies from the public sector as a way to avoid the applicability of the legislation. And now you're probably wondering, why are you explaining this technical matter so much in detail? Well, to come back to the keynote speech and Professor ALSTON's remark of looking for your keys in the light of in the dark, this is looking in the dark. This is an important role for NHRIs. Try to monitor and address AI systems that are misclassified in terms of risks and thus avoid the applicability of the AI regulation. This brings me to the fourth pillar. We will keep it short, but NHRI's public institutions' legal constitutional mandate to promote and protect human rights, they are uniquely placed to be a bridge between civil society and the government, to cooperate with private actors to make recommendations, and in a context where technology outpaces regulation, it's of even more importance to foster this multi-stakeholder cooperation and present best practices. This brings me to the fifth pillar, And the fifth pillar relates to regional and international cooperation. This is very much important in standard setting, but also in oversight. Think, for example, of the recently heavily mediatized chatbot-incited suicides in cases where victims, employers, providers find themselves in different jurisdictions. It might be a useful tool to cooperate at a regional or international level. And finally, we are all facing similar challenges, and we can learn a lot from each other. So the exchange of best practices is key. And this brings me again to the online AI resource tool. It is not an automated AI tool. It's a tool that gives you examples of best practices from which you can learn. And this brings me to the second question. How can NHRIs enhance their institutional authority, mandates, and operational capacity? So I will zoom in on the EU AI Act and share a best practice for you that can serve as an inspiration. So the AI Act introduces a product safety approach, and the supervisory structure follows this approach. So you have a product safety approach that also tries to address human rights harms, and this is mirrored in the governance structure. So the AI Act recognizes that market surveillance authorities are those institutions that are tasked with overseeing compliance with the legislation, cannot by themselves address all the human rights impacts that the AI legislation tries to address. So it mandates them to cooperate with existing authorities protecting fundamental rights. Article 7070 identifies these authorities protecting fundamental rights and give them access to information rights, for example. Article 7070 can be NHRIs, can be equality bodies, can be police oversight committees, data protection authorities, and so on. Not only do you have the right to request the necessary information that is necessary to assess whether or not there is a possible human rights violation, you can also request technical testing, but also you should be informed by market surveillance authority when they identify there is a potential human rights risk. And you have the right to request cooperation from providers of high-risk systems in certain situations. And we are of the opinion that these procedural tools and powers will be a first step in addressing the specific challenges faced when protecting human rights harms. So this brings me to the very last question. What strategies can NHRIs adopt to take a proactive and leading role in addressing new and evolving human rights agendas related to technology? Well, first, we can start by addressing the threshold problem and the knowledge gap that we discussed in the beginning. And this you could do by advocating for meaningful transparency, contrasting the current focus on efficiency, deregulation, competitive pressure, and the AI race more general. Also, to address this threshold problem, collective redress mechanisms are key. Secondly, ensuring a human rights-based approach in legislation and oversight. It has been also pointed out by the previous speakers, but this is key. And in Europe, for example, a simplification agenda, including a pushback on human rights obligations, such as the impact assessment on human rights, is being put forward. NHRIs should oppose and resist this pushback. And also, this is again a little bit more technical, but the current product safety oriented approach or architecture of the legislation, combined with these efficiency considerations, it has been said before, there is a strong push for cutting red tape. This combination will very likely lead to the fact that the little obligations that are relating to human rights in all our new AI regulations, whether it's the South Korean, the European, the Brazilian, of the Chinese, these obligations will be very likely assessed by persons with only technical expertise, data scientists, or in the best case, it might be data protection officer. But who would you trust to assess whether or not a chatbot is trying to manipulate you or whether or not you have been wrongly identified? It's very important, and it's been underlined before today, that whilst they also have relevant expertise, human rights expertise in the assessment of the human rights obligations is absolutely necessary. And last but not least, I would also like to remind you to remain cautious about something that is called techno-solutionism, and this is the idea that technology can solve all or nearly all of our societal problems. And also to remind you that AI for good, AI that is presented to promote human rights and protect human rights, can also generate negative human rights harms. In that sense, it should also be said today we have been asked to focus on the negative human rights harms. Of course, AI is an absolutely fascinating technology that can also have efficiency gains and a lot of other advantages, but today I'm focusing on the negative impact. So it's key to remember that AI for good can also generate negative human rights impacts. And before thanking you for your attention, I would like to end this presentation with a positive use case from Europe. My colleague, distinct colleague here, talked about HUDERIA, the human rights impact assessment developed by the Council of Europe. And this methodology, this impact assessment, puts forward an interesting question. It's called the zero question. And this zero question would require deployers to assess whether an AI system is the most appropriate solution for the problem you're trying to tackle with your AI system, whether non-automated alternatives were considered, and if an AI system is found not to be compatible with human rights, it should not be deployed at all. And it sounds like utopia, but there are already member states that have, EU member states that have applied this principle in practice. For example, the Dutch city of Rotterdam developed a fraud detection system, but they decided not to deploy it because of questions whether it could achieve the required level of transparency and legality for a fraud detection system used by a public institution. So I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
네, 넬레 로이킨님 발.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson, for your presentation. So, Ms. Wilkinson talked about the activities of ENRI and the responses on the European side, and she also talked about the role of NHRIs for new technology and human rights. Once again, thank you very much for your presentation. With that, we will have gone through all of the 3 presentations prepared for session 3. We have received some questions from the floor. I will read the questions for our speakers so that our speakers can answer those questions. First question goes to Executive Director Chang. While explaining digital rights development, you said that the actors acquired new rights over time. What were some of the new rights acquired by rights holders? And sometimes individuals find it difficult to recognize themselves as rights holders. What steps need to be taken by individuals? Globally, there are many people who are fighting with AI technology. The US case example where teachers were evaluated by the AI system, that was one case. And in Korea, the traffic
police uses AI system to give fines or tickets to the traffic law violators. And there was one case in a local area of Korea where a driver was ticketed for overspeeding. And the driver insisted that he was not driving over the speed limit, but the traffic police said that the speed limit was violated. And the officer it turned out that the officer was using AI system, and actually the officer was using the wrong image, which was different from the one showing the driver in question. So this clearly illustrates how decision-making can be very flawed when totally relied upon an AI system. Going forward with the increasing use of AI, I think we will see more and more of these cases. Of course, it's difficult to predict which negative consequences will happen to me, for example. The driver that I just mentioned was able to find a way to seek remedy. And sometimes AI system is used in the job interview process. And some job interview candidates have some concerns over the ability of the AI system to detect their language correctly because they are using the regional dialect. So I think the role of human rights commissions and the human rights organizations need to work in order to fill the gap in the awareness between different actors. Thank you very much. And next question goes to Professor Yu. There are two questions for you. And I will read out questions one by one. The first question is, in Korea, the impact assessment regarding AI is various. For example, software impact assessment. AI impact assessment, can AI impact assessment be integrated with the existing framework of impact assessment?
Well, like I said, in Korea, there are many impact assessment tools in place. During my research on this topic, I looked into actually how many impact assessment there is in Korea. So we try to look at the number of impact assessment. So it was very difficult to get all the impact assessment listed because there were just too many. Therefore, we prioritized surveying technology-related impact assessment. There was software technology impact assessment tool that was used in Korea. It would be great if we can integrate these tools, but our approach to integration would mean that it's dependent upon relevant legislation. So these impact assessments are somewhat fragmented. There are impact assessments that is only carried out once a year, or some of the impact assessments were carried out more often than the other. Therefore, using this opportunity, if we were to develop and institutionalize human rights impact assessment, we can, for instance, integrate all the impact assessment there is, but there is this hurdle of existing legislation that is at work. In other countries, we were able to learn that it is done similarly for other countries. For personal information protection impact assessment, they had a different process and also different governance. So when you're carrying out AI-related impact assessment, we will have a checklist asking about whether or not they've carried out impact assessment for privacy or personal information protection. As for software impact assessment, it's related to technology. So there are of course a room for improvement because they're limited by its nature to assess human rights side of things. Okay, I will move on to the next question.
유 교수님 말씀하신 것처럼
Like you said in your presentation, Professor Yu, when you mentioned that as for Korea's AI Basic Act does not mandate human rights impact assessment, HRIA. But is there a way for us to mandate it? Or do you think it's possible? Should we just solely rely on government commitment? So there was a question around that. I guess this is a rather challenging question to answer. Well, AI Basic Act of Korea is based on best effort. So they have the obligation to make the best effort. So that is somewhat ambiguous in its statement. But when you look at the second article or second clause, for products and services that has gone through human rights impact assessment, then I mean that's something that public agencies should do. So when you get funding from government organization, for instance, or if you get funding from government, if you have carried out this impact assessment for your product and service, then you get preferential treatment, or you have an incentive to be considered before other companies that did not carry out impact assessment. So this is something that is going to be carried out starting next year. So for those people asserting self-regulation, says that this is even a very strong stance, and there is voicing that we have to get rid of this clause as well. So there are civil organizations asserting that we have to mandate it, and they're criticizing that this clause is too weak and this is the de facto self-regulation, and the others is saying that this is not self-regulation. So can we mandate it? I mean, under the current legal structure, no, we cannot. However, but for public organizations or government organization, for AIs being deployed in government organization, you can mandate this because this is within government and within public organization. So although you cannot force this on or mandate this on a private sector or citizens, but you can mandate it for government organization if the national human rights commissions or the national police says so. So this impact assessment must be carried out for internal organization or internal government organization, then that's something that we can mandate. So even within government, I hope that we can mandate this. As for national police organization, I mean, they have enormous impact on human rights, right? We have what we call precast that is being developed, and we're going to soon introduce precast, which is a forecasting system for crimes. So national police and municipal government has public data, and this public data will be leveraged and integrated and will be used, and they're going to make AI learn this data and so that they can predict crimes in advance. And for that, I think we have the legal foundation to carry out human rights risk assessment.
답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Last but not least, there's a question for Ms. Nele Rokens. Many countries within the European Union are subject to European legislation. However, they have different perspectives as to AI and human rights. How can you take a more common approach across different countries toward the AI and human rights? And do you believe that ENRI's initiatives for regional cooperation have been working effectively in this regard?
Thank you very much to the person who asked the question. I'll rephrase in English, and please do come back if I misunderstood the question. So, many European countries are subject to the EU regulation, but not all of them. There are different perspectives on AI and human rights. How can we look for a more common approach? And do you think that the advocacy initiatives of ENRI have been impactful? I look in the room for confirmation. So actually, within the network, there is a lot of consensus on the view on AI and human rights. So I assume it's more relating on the different countries' opinion. This has indeed been challenging, but as we are in Europe held by the European Union legislation, the result of the fact that there might be diverging positions in some countries, for example, France, Italy, and Germany on, for example, national security and so forth, led to the effect thereof was that we coordinated more intensively with those members in order to have an impact at a regional negotiation process. And this was successful to a certain extent. As regards to the non-EU members, the situation in their countries is that there is less specific AI regulation. So actually, they are very keen on mirroring what is in the EU AI Act. Like, for example, the Article 7070 that I just explained. These are really effective tools for NHRIs to effectively tackle the challenges that we are facing in protecting against human rights. So what we see is this spillover effect that non-EU members of ENRI are being inspired by the relevant provisions from the EU AI Act, including the FRIAs that are obligatory, but not in all situations. They are obligatory for public sector and in some other, in another specific context. I hope this replies to your question, and feel free to ask a follow-up question or see me after the presentation. Thank you.
예, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that answer. Well, the allocated time for us was until 5:30. We have some time left, and we were able to cover 4 questions that was given from our audience and through YouTube. So we have some time left, and I have then another question to Ms. Roykens. She has traveled a long distance to be here today with us. So I have more questions for her. We have been discussing this issue today, but regarding AI, it seems that there is a lot of dispute related to AI. Different countries are, calling this as an AI war. So there is this severe competition to develop AI among different countries. And in the process of AI development, many are saying we have to reduce red tapes, reduce regulation, and that is somewhat persuasive as well. As for Korea, we have AI Basic Act, and it has has been legislated and it will be enacted starting next year. But in National Assembly, they're even discussing 3-year grace period. That is on the legislation floor at the moment. And National Human Rights Commission of Korea is saying that this 3-year grace period is not appropriate. We have to enact AI Basic Act as scheduled next year. That was the NHRIC's position. And in Europe, and we have created a Basic Act, and also there is Omnibus Act coming to reduce some of the clause of the Basic Act, AI Basic Act. I know that discussion is going on. But when you look at ENRI, and if you look at the National Human Rights Institution, how are they responding to this movement? Could you briefly introduce us what the human rights institutions are doing?
Thank you for the interesting question. Indeed, we are facing similar situation in Europe. First of all, when preparing for this conference, I indeed realized that the Korean Basic Act would be applicable in January 26, whereas the high-risk AI systems of the EU AI Act would only be applicable later on. So I found that quite impressive. But now that I hear that you have a possible grace period, I feel sorry for you, and I can understand the position of the Commission. In Europe, indeed, I tried to address this in the last slide, the pushback and the simplification agenda, including the digital omnibus. There is a loud call from industry that have signed a joint letter. It's called Stop the Clock. And also some of the member states have been expressing themselves in a way not to oppose a Stop the Clock. And this brings us to another interesting point that I have not been able to address during the presentation, but the link of this product safety legislation and the technical standard setting process. I do not know to what extent you are familiar with the technical standards. So to measure product safety, you do this via technical standards usually. Usually it's historically so that industry is very much involved in setting technical standards. But in this context in which we are trying to also address human rights impacts within the product safety regulation, this begs the question, who is setting these standards? And currently there is a lot of criticism that it's too much industry-led, these standards. These standards, very practical, it will be like, what bias metrics do you need to use? What is human oversight? And there is no human rights expertise. But I'm sorry for evolving on this point, but it's linked with this stop the clock argument, because the position of the industry is that you cannot yet enforce a legislation when there is not yet, when the applicable standards, technical standards, are not yet finalized. And these are not yet finalized, indeed, but this should not be, in our opinion, a valid, legitimate argument to invoke this stop the clock because of two reasons. Industry is contributing to the delay of the realization of these technical standards on the one hand, and on the other hand, meeting with these technical standards will ensure a presumption of conformity with the EU regulation. And this is another topic that we yet have to discuss, but is outside of the scope of today. But it's not because you have a presumption of conformity that you should not take into account anymore the impact on human rights. So we don't think that is a valid argument. How we are trying to address this by trying to resist this and advocating, bringing these arguments to all the relevant actors. I hope this was a useful answer.
예, 감사합니다. 이제 오늘 순서를
Thank you very much for your answer. I think we finally come to the end of our program. I'd like to thank our speakers, Executive Director Jang Yo-kyung, and Professor Yu Seung-ik, and Ms. Nelle Wilkins for their participation. With this, we will conclude session 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we have just wrapped up our last session. Another round of big applause for our moderator and our speakers. So we talked about human rights governance and how to integrate human rights perspectives into AI discourse. And also we listened about human rights impact assessment and how we can respond to human rights challenges in the digital era. And also we heard about the potential role of NRIs for new technology and human rights context. So with this, we have finished the official program of all of the sessions of 2025 International Human Rights Conference. Last but not least, we will invite the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission of Korea, Mr. Changho An, for the concluding remarks. Please welcome him with another big round of applause.
존경하는 참석자 여러분.
Distinguished guests, once again, I would like to thank all of you for taking part in today's conference, despite your busy schedules. The 2025 International Human Rights Conference was a very good opportunity for us to review the implications and our responses to the challenges that are brought about by new technology in the human rights context. And we were able to have a broad discussion about our way forward. In our discussion, we confirmed the potentials of new technology, and also we could see how dangerous and harmful new technology can become in the future. New technologies are transforming our lives across country, and technology can lead human innovation and development. But at the same time, if it does not comply with human values, benefits cannot be enjoyed fully by every person. This is the recognition that we gained today, and we were also able to identify the challenges that we should address. The opinions, proposals, and suggestions that we received today were very fruitful and useful, and I hope that those could materialize in the respective fields of work when we go back. And I hope that this will also mark the starting point for cooperation between the government and the private sector. And also, I hope that this could lead to the effective establishment of international standards in this area. Once again, my deepest gratitude goes to our chairs, our speakers, and also my thanks goes to the interpreters and all our staff for their hard work for the successful operation of today's conference. And last but not least, I would like to thank all the participants who have joined us offline as well as online for joining us. I would like to applaud the hard work of all of you. Thank you very much.
네, 안창호 위원장님.
Thank you, Chairperson Changho An, for that closing remark. We were able to look back on the meaning of today's event. So the opening and the closing was given by the chairperson An. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you once again. I would like to thank everyone for joining us on site as well as on online space. I would also like to thank all the speakers traveling far distance to join us, and as well as all the participants who stayed until the end of the program. I hope today's conference was meaningful and giving you a meaningful insight. With that, we would like to conclude the International Human Rights Conference on New Technology and Human Rights, Opportunities and Challenges of AI. Thank you. And I now say goodbye to everyone. Thank you for staying until the very end. My name was Min Young An. Thank you.